Hello and welcome to Soapbox 2022. Elections are very much underway here at Loughborough University, and it has been amazing to see all our candidates out and about campaigning.
For those of you that don't know, the Soapbox is a chance for you to get to know your candidates a little bit better and see what they want to achieve if elected.
The positions that are up for grabs are President, Democracy and Communities, Sport, Academic Experience and Welfare and Diversity.
But before we get into it, let's take a look at the highlights from last year's Soapbox.
Hello and welcome back to the second day of the Soapbox debates for the 2021 executive elections.
I hope over the next 30 minutes or so you learn more about me and why I'm standing.
And I guess moving on to probably the most important that's affecting us all at the moment is the coronavirus. This wasn't on your manifesto at all.
Yeah, so I don't think it's worth wasting time in a manifesto. Obviously, we have very limited words, and I think everything that I have mentioned in my manifesto is really important, and even more so now we're coming out of COVID.
Well, it's the second interview of the afternoon. It's welfare and diversity.
So I don't think that's a drastic change, Josh. I think that's something that's been happening already. I mean, it's something I've been pushing for the past year.
They don't need to be moved anywhere. I think where they are is a very good place for them to be.
Have you considered each section, and each section other than welfare and diversity, and their volunteers, and have you consulted them?
Yes, so by way of initial consultation, I've had a conversation with every section chair and their relevant member of staff.
How would you work with the university to help solve this problem that you call systemic?
Unfortunately, because of a lack of power structures or long-term strategic vision, that the involvement with students can sometimes be tokenistic or performative.
Well, there we go. It's the third debate of the afternoon. It's the education debate.
My manifesto revolves around inclusivity and representation, where I will ensure every student is heard.
Experience and has really enabled me to gain a holistic insight into the education section.
Do you think LSU should have taken a different stance regarding tuition fees? And if so, what would it be?
I think the stance that we took or LSU took for tuition fees was, at this time, I think, retrospectively, there could have been a plan in place that would allow a reimbursement of some parts of the tuition fees.
Well, there we go. We're on to one of the two big ones now. It's Vice President.
First of all, I think one of the key parts of the Vice President role is obviously line managing the sections.
I think it's with managing the section heads, it's really important to know about their sections and know what their committees are like and know what the problems are with that.
Do you know what DRC does? Do you know what the objectives are and the points are of DRC?
Yes. So if they put out a post or if they put out an action event where it's okay, so what do you want to see changed about the university? The
happenings of the union, such as even DRC, the DRC agendas or minutes of the meetings, for example, that are meant to be posted online. There's always been a lot of problems with this. People don't know if they're going to be posted, where they are, that sort of thing. So I think stuff like that, which could be improved, is quite a simple fix. It's just a matter of making sure it's done.
Well, there we go. It's the big one. It's the presidential debate here at LSU on the Soapbox.
My manifesto is based around maintaining both old and new traditions as we ease out of the pandemic.
With a new VC come new opportunities. With the introduction of a new Vice-Chancellor at the university, it is very important for us to start off on the right foot.
So if you had to get rid of one aspect of the role of President to make space for more communication with the student in your role, what would it be and why?
I actually wouldn't remove any part of the presidential role. I've looked at what's been advertised, hence why I've gone for the role. And I believe if I removed a part, I am working for the students and for the benefit of them. I wouldn't want to remove anything, I'd want to just make it better.
I think representing the students should not be something that I need to prioritize. It should be something that I'm always doing. All of the work that the person needs to be doing should always be aimed at representing the students.
What does LSU mean to you?
Through the years experiencing many of the roles that I have experienced, it has meant something where I could grow as a professional, grow as an individual.
I think Loughborough and LSU are home, and LSU helps embody Loughborough to become the family it is. So that's all it means to me. It provides opportunities, it provides a family, it's home.
Well, that's it from the presidential Soapbox. That's it from the Soapbox this year. And that's it for 4 years of Soapbox from me. It's been a pleasure, and I'm going to hand down back to Sophie Brasher and Danny Bray.
So, obviously, to be able to do a Soapbox, there needs to be candidates. Here was the moment the candidates had their last briefing and were let loose on their first chance at campaigning.
Elections 2022 has now begun.
But before we get into the first interview, let's find out a little bit more about our candidates.
Hi guys, I'm Sam Branney, I'm running for President.
My name's Harry, I'm going for the role of President.
Hi, I'm Danny and I'm running to be your first Democracy and Communities Executive Officer, and I'm running to put the students back in power.
Hi, my name's Anushka Johnson and I'm running to be your next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer.
My name is Valen Rollato and I'm running as the next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer.
So my name is Alice and I am going for Academic Experience Executive Officer.
I'm Adam Heseltine and I'm running for Academic Experience Exec.
My name's Sam Woodland and I'm running for Sportio.
Hi, my name is Ben Clubb. I'm going for Sport Executive Officer and I want to bring sport back to the students.
And the reason I'm running for President is because I want to make sure that you have an even better time than me.
Because I have the sufficient experience, toolkit and mindset to take welfare and diversity to the next level.
Because I feel I've got a nice amount of experience across different sport areas. My current role is a club chair, but also from my placement at Nike and also international experience working in New Zealand.
Because I'm passionate about inclusivity and diversity. I am part of a minority myself, and so I understand why this is very important, especially in a setting as university.
Because I'm very passionate about the Students' Union and I think there's so much we can do and improve.
I truly believe that education is the most important part at this university and I really want to represent it.
So I had a great time as President in my final year and I'm going to continue that work, working all the presidents next year and supporting them in their roles as well as the course reps.
The best thing about me is just how excitable I am about everything.
In my work ethic, I really consider myself a nice hard worker and making sure that I'm bringing in people around me to support me in that process.
It's probably my Guitar Hero skills. I was second in the world for a week, like a couple of years ago. I've gotten worse now, but I'm still top tier.
The best thing about me is probably my smile.
I'm a mature student, so I'm quite old in comparison to most students.
One thing you might not know about me is I'm the first person in my family to not go to Cambridge.
One thing that you probably don't know about me is that I can juggle. I juggle pretty well. I started when I was 13 and it was fine. Like, it was kind of funny, so I just kept going on.
Yeah, I get called like Uncle Harold and things like that by some of my friends. Bit random, but yeah, it is what it is.
The most embarrassing thing I've ever done is down a pint through a shoe in front of about 200 people.
I was trying to unlock my flat door after coming back from a lecture and realised it was the wrong flat when not my flatmate came to the door and I realised I got out of the lift on the wrong floor.
One of the most embarrassing things I've ever done is stacking it outside Papa's size without even tripping over anything because I was that drunk. I ended up injuring my knee and not being able to go to training the next day.
If I could live in someone's shoes for a day, it'd be, I don't know why this popped to my head, but Johnny Depp popped to my head straight away.
I'd just love to know what's going on in Kanye West's head. I've been following, like, I've got his post notifications turned on and everything. I'm, right now, can I say Kanye West?
If I could be one person, it would be VC Bob, because I would love to be really rich and have everyone like me.
I'm not going to say Boris Johnson, absolutely not, but I'd love to live in his head for a day.
I'd love to live in the shoes of Beyonce, because wouldn't that just be amazing?
Okay, so the one person that I would like to be for a day is definitely Lily James. She's so cute, like, I just love her so much.
My one toxic trait, God, how much time do we have?
My toxic trait is either the amount of money I spend on shoes or the amount of times I will bring it up in conversation.
When I'm eating my dinner, I watch Cheer unironically.
What is that?
It's a cheerleading documentary. I probably come up as a weird masculine hockey player sometimes, then I go home and watch Cheer, which is terrible.
One that stands out, I'm quite stubborn. Maybe it's a good thing, but I'm quite stubborn and I like to put my foot down.
My one toxic trait is thinking that I dance is my only personality trait. Yeah, I think I tell everyone. Dance is clearly my only personality trait. This has to be my trick, yeah.
So the colour that represents me, I would probably say, is pink, because it's loud, it's bubbly, and it's always visible, and that's I'd like to see myself as always being visible.
It's green, because green is the color of hope, and I think hope is one of the most important things in my life.
The colour that would represent me most is I'm going to have to go with my campaign colour, which is green, because I think it probably represents health, hope and happiness, which I really hope that I represent.
Okay, so now we've seen who's running, let's take a look at what we've got coming up in today's show.
So, from 3:20, you can hear the interviews with your candidates for sports. From 4 o'clock, you can hear the interviews with your academic experience. And from 4:45, you will hear the interviews with the candidates for welfare and diversity.
And at 5:35, you can see the interviews for your democracy and communities. And at 6:10, you can see the interviews for president.
Well, we're definitely in for an interesting day, and I think it's time to get to it. Our first executive office role up for grabs is the role of Sports EO, with our first candidate being Ben Clubb running for Sports EO.
Hi, my name is Ben Clubb and I'm running for Sport Executive Officer. I'm currently race captain of Loughborough Snow and I compete in IMS Rugby for Elvin. I started quite late at competing with snow sports, but the support of Loughborough with its strength and conditioning programmes and assistance with training and everything really helped me to get to a high level fairly quickly, and I'm off to the British Champs. One of the things that I really want to do is I want to make the big matches even bigger, so I want to put pressure on the university to create a seating area at the first 15 rugby pitch and increase seating at the hockey pitch. A key thing that I want to push for is guaranteed tickets for Bucks competitors to AU so we can carry it on as a celebration of sport. I believe that the AU should be more transparent, and to do this I would utilise social media and committee training to help bring the athletics union to the students. I'm Ben Clubb, I'm running for Sport EO, vote for me.
This is a contested position, and next up we have Sam Woodland, also running for Sport EO.
Hi, my name's Sam Woodland and I'm running to be your next Sport EO. I'm currently the rowing club chair, but I've also spent time on placement at Nike and working internationally in sports programmes in New Zealand. My manifesto focuses on the following key areas. Number 1, empowering volunteers with autonomy. Number 2, fostering diversity and promoting inclusion. And number 3, fueling the legacy into exciting new era. The lid nearly came off. This year, I've worked hard to try and drive change in my club, and now I want to do it across the whole student population, with ideas from the people that matter the most, the students. Thank you, and vote Sam for Sport EO.
So these are your candidates, but what will your elected Sports EO actually be responsible for? Let's take a look, and then we'll cross live to the studio with Rachel, who's with the 2 candidates.
So the Sport Executive Officer is the key student representative of anyone who wants to get involved in sport at Loughborough. A lot of what I get up to is working with lots of different people. So I work closely with the Sport Development Centre in the university and also within LSU, obviously working with the other executive officers as you are a trustee of the organisation, working with AU clubs, and then I also support the Parasport Exec and chair the Student Sports Senate. My favourite part of the role is all the people that I get to meet, whether that is students or staff across the university, Students' Union and external organisations. This role is really important because of the influence you have on sport at Loughborough. It's a key strategic pillar of the university and student representation is really important as part of that. Obviously, a lot of people come to Loughborough for sport, so this is really important that student representation is maintained and that student feedback is listened to. My advice would be to just go out and speak to people, whether that is staff or students or external organisations. It's really important just to get yourself out there so that you are representing students as best you can.
Hello and welcome to the first Soapbox candidate interview. We've got both candidates, Ben and Sam, here, who are hoping to be elected as your next Sport Executive Officer. So let's start off with your opening statements. Ben, we'll start with you. Your opening statement for me, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Clubb, I'm running for Sport Executive Officer. I'm currently race captain for Loughborough Snow and I compete in Bucks and I've got on the podium. I also compete in IMS Rugby for Elvin. My main points of my campaign are make the big games bigger, so I want to create some seating at the first team rugby pitch, get food and drink stalls for the big matches, and look into having showcase events by other clubs and societies at half-time. I also want to listen to the students, so I want to find other options for the closure of the gymnastics centre. I want to guarantee tickets for Hey You for Bucks competitors, and I want to strengthen the path between social sport, IMS and AU. I'm Ben Clubb, I hope you vote for me. Thanks.
And Sam, over to you for your 60-second opening statement, please.
So, hi everyone, my name's Sam Woodland and I'm running to be your next Sport EO. I'm currently the rowing club chair, but I've also spent time on placement at Nike and delivering sports programmes internationally in New Zealand. My manifesto focuses on the following 3 key areas. Number 1, empowering volunteers. Number 2, fostering diversity and promoting inclusion. And number 3, fueling the legacy into an exciting new era. I've worked hard in my club this year to drive change, and now I want to do it for the whole student population, being guided by ideas from those who matter most, the students. Thank you, and hopefully you'll vote Sam for Sport EO.
Great, so we'll start with a question for both of you. There has been a historic issue in the past with Sport EOs struggling to manage the enormous workload that comes with their role. How do you plan to balance being AU President, IMS, Parasport, Student Sport Representation, Social Sport and being a trustee of the Students' Union? Sam, let's start with you.
So I think it's really important to be organising these sort of things and actually being really structured when it comes to calendaring my ideas. I'm a really big believer in having a really clear, structured calendar and actually blocking bits out of my day to take on the AU responsibility, to take on the IMS responsibility, take on the different sections. Something that I'm really keen about as well is this is actually a whole sport job. I think sometimes in the past people might get really bogged down in the AU part of the job, but actually it's really important to focus on all the strands. So we've got IMS, we've got Para, we've got Social, we've got Rec, and really making sure we're representing all those and actually being organised from a really early point and really structuring my time really clearly is going to allow me to give the support to all those different areas that they need.
Okay, and Ben, how about yourself?
I think Sam said it really well there. Structuring your timetable and calendar and making sure that you know exactly when your meetings are is really important. And also making sure that you clearly define when you're going as sort of representing as a sport executive officer, so representing social sport, IMS and AU versus the AU president role, because they're sort of 2 different sections and you have to sort of change what mindset you're in. Also really believe in delegation, so making sure that everyone is really clear on what they're meant to be doing. So utilising the committee of the AU and the IMS committee and the social sport committee to make sure that they're all doing as much as they can so that we all collaborate together and work as hard as possible.
Okay, let's take a little look into your manifesto then, Ben. You propose creating a new grandstand at the first 15 rugby pitch and further seating across more venues on campus. How exactly do you plan to achieve this?
So I would put pressure on using the sports centre and have meetings with the university, so with the Chief Operating Officer, Richard Taylor, and the Vice Chancellor, Nick Jennings, and I'll put pressure on them because we have, we've got a Premiership women's rugby team and we have women's England Sevens training here, we've got the Nat 2 guys, but we don't have stands. It doesn't really make sense. We get 3,000 people turning up to games, but there's nowhere for them to sit.
And would you say there is money available for these types of expensive projects after the pressures of COVID?
I don't have access to the finances, but they would be able to bring in more. If you have stands, you can bring in more money because you can start to charge people for, so you can have sevens tournaments would be a really effective way of doing it and bring in money there to help pay for it.
And who would you say these proposed projects benefit and what is their purpose?
I would say they benefit everyone because they benefit the rugby players because they get to have a crowd and more people coming to support them. But it also benefits students because it's a really social thing. With so many people going to the rugby games now, it's really important that they sort of feel like they should be there rather than they're just sort of crowding around a rugby pitch.
Okay, Sam, we'll move over to you. You start your manifesto talking about empowering volunteers within the section. How do you plan to strengthen the support and recognition of volunteers, which you say are integral to the success of sport at Loughborough?
Sure, so I feel really, really passionate about this. As a club chair myself at the moment, I know how important volunteers are to the whole sport structure here. So if I was to be elected into this role, something I'd look to do right at the top of my term, before term even begun, would be to try and get a one-to-one in with all the club chairs and section leads to really get a feel about the sort of problems that they're experiencing at the time. If you can get in really early and see what's happening in that situation, hopefully then we can start to get some safeguards in against that. I think another thing that is really, really going to be handy with what's happening with the merger is leveraging that specialist support that comes with SDC. So speaking from experience, that's already starting to dribble in now. And we've had some really, in my club, some really good support in terms of recruitment. And I think if that can be scaled up for other clubs in terms of how we can look to draw in, that can really support the volunteers that are delivering the programme. Because in most clubs, if they didn't have that really strong committee that Loughborough is really famous for, the volunteers really giving up their time, supporting them is vital. Because if the club chair or the club committee fell to the side, then potentially the club might go. And no one wants to see that happen in a massive sporting university like Loughborough.
Okay. Another question for both of you then. The university and union won't always agree on everything, and the sport EO role, as they work so closely with the uni, will experience a lot of this. How do you plan on balancing student views and what the university asks you to do, even if you don't agree? We'll start with you, Sam.
I think it's open and honesty, to be honest with you. I think something that I see as sometimes frustration is you've just got to, if from the other side, as the club chair side, potentially you might not be hearing exactly what's going on. And I think if you're just saying, if something can't happen for a particular reason, you've just got to say why and make it really clear. And actually that will make the decision a lot more accepted by more people. And actually it works the same way as well. So if you're dealing with the Loughborough Sport guys and the SDC guys, if you're being really clear with them and communicating it as you find out, it's a lot easier for both sides to come together. And like I say, it's that sort of communication that I think I can bring to the role that will make it a strength both for the student side, but also the guys at SDC and the university.
Okay, and Ben, what do you think?
So I think it's really important to put pressure on the university to do what's right for the students, because this is, first of all, a student-elected role. It is to represent the students. And I think that if the university are making too many decisions that aren't in favour of the students, then that's not right. The students are what make up the university. If we didn't have students, then we wouldn't have a university. So it's really important to prioritise them and make sure that they are the #1 priority.
And how about managing the relationship between yourself as the LSU kind of representative then and with the university?
I would have weekly meetings, obviously, with SDC, Loughborough Sport and the University Senate to make sure that, as Sam said, it's all clear and honest and everyone knows what's going on and there's no going behind people's backs or making decisions without consulting people.
Okay, another general question for you both. In the past, there has been significant national coverage of certain clubs' cultures here in Loughborough, especially initiations and welcome socials. How will you both target this possible problem and help solve what always has the possibility of arising as a problem here in Loughborough and at universities across the UK? And we'll start with you, Ben.
I think sort of welcome socials for freshers are a really key part of university culture, but over the past 10 or 20 years, they've just got completely out of hand where they're bordering dangerous. I had an example from cricket that I thought was a really good idea. They made all the freshers, they gave them an individual club captain and they had to sign a photo of their face. So they had to go around campus and find them. And I thought that was a really good thing because it sort of brought them together, it gave them something to do. But when it's excessive drinking or being made to do things that are degrading or just unpleasant, it's really not right. And to implement this, I would increase committee training and give them ideas of what they can do and make sure that they're held in safe environments. So not held in someone's house or held in someone's basement. Free up the basement in the union or treehouse in the union to be available for these welcome socials and really move it on from being an initiation to more of a welcome social.
Okay, and Sam, how about yourself?
So I think this is a really difficult one to unpack because, like Ben said, it goes back a really long way. I think the first place this starts is with committee training. And particularly, it's not just the responsibility of the social sec, it's the responsibility of the whole club committee and actually probably the whole club to make sure that new members joining have a really safe experience. So I think it starts at the top with training, not just for the social sec, because there's a lot of pressure just to put on one person. I think it then goes back to displaying lots of different ideas that you could do, maybe being a little bit creative in terms of where you can maybe take your social, the sort of things you can be doing. And actually, I do think that COVID has provided a little bit of a shift in that. So coming out of the pandemic, I do feel that a lot of people's ideas with regards to drinking and socials has changed. And actually, I think more people now are less willing to get involved in that sort of culture. And maybe that could be stopping some people from accessing our sport offer because they might be getting put off from taking part for that reason, which for me is really disappointing to hear. So it's really working with our club committees as a whole, as opposed to just lumping it on one person and being creative in terms of what we're trying to do.
So would you say the training offering that's available at the minute is acceptable, or it needs some work?
I think it's good, but it can always be improved. I feel like from what we had this year, maybe it was quite led towards the social secretary taking a lot of that responsibility. I think where I'd like to take it is scaling it up so that the whole committee are aware in terms of exactly what's going on. Because at the end of the day, especially when it comes to AU clubs, it all comes back to the club chair at the end, and it's a lot of responsibility to have on one person. So it's really making sure that we're sharing that responsibility. I think the training provision could be scaled up a little bit just to make sure everyone's really clued up on what exactly we're looking for.
Okay. And Sam, in your manifesto, fostering diversity and inclusion is also a main part. What does this goal look like, and how would you look to achieve it?
So for me, I think something that I want to do in terms of lining up with SDC is having an advisory role, consulting with Sports Senate, so that they're aware of the sort of things that Sports Senate are doing, and then the opportunities that that can lead to. Obviously, due to the Constitution, no one from SDC can permanently sit on Sports Senate, but they can still have some sort of advisory, consultory role, because that is the place where the most diverse range of opinions are represented, because it consults all the different section leads. I think off the back of that, something that I'd like to investigate to provide more diverse opportunities would be to look if the Loughborough Sport Placement Scheme, so the people that go out for a year in industry, if the remuneration on that amount could be increased. Because at the moment, the amount of money that's provided to take up one of those roles is not enough for some people to be able to do it, and it's excluding people in certain socio-economic groups. And I think that's sometimes sort of put to the side. So I'd like to sort of investigate that avenue to see if it could be achieved.
And you do write, however, though, that you want to create diverse opportunities, which is very different to diversity itself. How will you make sure these new opportunities foster this diversity?
So I think that comes back again to where the merger with SDC, that is going to provide a whole host of different opportunities, because those guys have got different sorts of knowledge bases. And actually the people that work there, I think we could be looking at masterclasses, because the #1 sporting university in the UK, the people that are doing those jobs are experts in their field. So I think if we can look at doing masterclasses with those guys, I'm talking about things both on and off the field. So we might have people that are really, really keen in administration, for example, so sporting administration. And there's diverse opportunities there that maybe we're doing at the moment, but the way the merger is going to line up is going to provide even more diverse opportunities. So whether that might be working within our Lightning brands, for example, there could be opportunities for people to work in there. There could be lots of opportunities coming up with parasport. So we know we've got some good businesses down on Sport Park, for example. There could be some opportunities there to link up. So it's not just being, in terms of the diversity, like you say, the diverse opportunities are things that maybe aren't quite being offered at the moment, but are out there, and SDC can help us get there.
Okay. And Ben, you say you want to make the AU more transparent and have more clarity on what bucks and AU fees are going towards. What do you think the problem is currently, and how do you intend to solve this?
So from my experience on being committee of Loughborough Snow, talking to the AU it's quite hard. You email them, they won't email back, and it's purely because they're just completely overrun. There's just not enough manpower behind it. So I'd look in at bringing in a new administration role that would be an elected committee position that would assist the staff, so Andrew Shemold and Catherine Swift, in their administration. Sorry, could you repeat the rest of the question, please?
What do you think the problem is currently, and how do you intend to solve it?
So, yeah, that really.
Brill. Okay, so we're now going to go down to the piazza, where Ellie has got a question for us with Rachel.
Hello, I am joined by Rachel Caverhill, who is the current Sportio of the LSU. So Rachel, what is your question?
Yes, so parasport is obviously another part of the work that the Sport Executive Officer does, and as part of that this year we've introduced the Parasport Committee. And how do you see student opportunities develop in parasport?
Okay, so we'll start with you, Ben. How do you see student involvement develop at Loughborough in terms of parasport?
Well, I think really assisting people to understand what is available. So in terms of wheelchair rugby or wheelchair basketball, you don't have to be disabled to do it. Anyone can try it, and it's really important to get out the fact that these opportunities are there. I just think it's really important that we push the opportunities for athletes at Loughborough out to the general wider public, so that we attract these parasport athletes to come to Loughborough and compete for us.
And Sam, how about yourself?
So I think this is really exciting, and I've also seen firsthand how you can edit your club or adapt your club to be more accessible for para athletes. So in my club at the moment, I've got a para athlete who's taking part in rowing, which is really exciting. For me personally, in terms of how you can foster those opportunities, I feel personally I've already got a good working relationship with Nick Diper, who's the head of Parasport here, and also Anna Martin, who's the head of the student committee. And I think in this sort of space, it's really giving those guys the empowerment to take it on, because they've got the specialist knowledge. Like Anna's an absolute superstar when it comes to knowing things about parasport, and really working tightly with her so that almost she can upskill me, if that makes sense, because she knows exactly what it needs. I'm not going into parasport saying I'm got great knowledge on every single unique aspect of it, but she does. She's got awesome knowledge. I think something that I'd really be keen to push into, and it aligns nicely with the university strategy, is the research element as well. So the university with the Peter Harrison Centre is really big on research in parasport at the moment. And I think that's something we could tap into to maybe link the strands together. And as that's a core part of the university strategy in terms of sporting research, and maybe look at how we could drive forward the para offer here using that research and also the experts that we have on the staff.
Brill. So another question for both of you then. The Athletic Union is growing each year in numbers, now with 62 clubs and over 5,000 members. How will you continue the growth of the section but maintain high levels of student satisfaction? And we'll start with you, Ben.
I think it's really important to evaluate the growth of the AU, because we sort of don't want too many clubs that are sort of diluting the experience of other clubs. So, for example, gymnastics have had their budget cut for the last 5 years in a row, and they're considering closing the gymnastics centre. That isn't really acceptable. It's a club that won 13 gold Bucks medals 2 weeks ago, and they're considering basically shutting what is quite integral to part of their training down, and it's just completely not on. So it's really important that we analyse what is actually important to the students, whether it's having multiple clubs or if it's having really, really good clubs and less of them.
And Sam, what do you think?
Would you mind repeating the question for me, please?
Absolutely. So the Athletic Union is growing each year in numbers, now with 62 clubs and over 5,000 members. How will you continue the growth of the section but keep high levels of student satisfaction?
Sure. So I disagree slightly from Ben on that one. I think it's really important that we keep looking to explore lots of different diverse opportunities when it comes to sport. What's going to support that, and I've mentioned it a few times, is the merger. So with some of the operations of the Athletic Union moving over to being managed by SDC, there's going to be more support available to those administrators, which Ben quite rightly said are very overworked at the moment, and there's going to be more of that support available. I think where this can line into the overall strategy is things like parasport, for example. Could we maybe look into making boccia an AU club, for example? And with that support available that's going to be coming from SDC, we can hopefully look to bring in those new sports, because things are going to be popping up all the time that's going to come onto the Bucks and the AU scene. And I think it's really important we can leverage that support that SDC is going to give us to make sure the quality stays really high, but we're still bringing in diverse opportunities for all. And there's always going to be people that want to do different things, and we should be able to support that.
Okay, a question for you, Ben. I think you just touched on it. The controversy over the gymnastics centre, which you mentioned, was close to the hearts of many at Loughborough, with over 12,500 signatures signing an online petition. Why do you think the university proposed this change, and how would you prevent it from closing in your role should you be elected?
I personally think that the university proposed this change purely from a financial point of view, because they want to expand Powerbase so that they can get the money in from that. But I think it's really, really important that it doesn't close, or if it does close, they build another centre, even if it's at Holywell, anywhere, as long as they actually have somewhere to train, because it's such a key club. It's so important and they're so talented. They really need to be able to train on campus. Sending them to a club the other side of Loughborough that doesn't quite have the facilities that they need is not a viable solution. Them going to Leicester or Nottingham is not a viable solution. These guys are really, really talented athletes that do things that none of us could ever do. And it's really important that they get the training that they need.
Okay. Sam, in your manifesto, you talk about highlighting the spectrum of sport available at Loughborough. Loughborough is world renowned as one of the best universities for sport, as we know. So what is not being done right now to highlight our sporting offer, and how would you look to change it?
Sure. So I think this comes back to when freshers come into the university, and actually, I'm sure everyone appreciates when you come in, you just get bombarded with loads of information, and sometimes some freshers might not actually go out and look for the certain sort of things that they want to be involved in. So what I'd really like to do over the summer, if elected, would be to produce a nice tight 2 or 3 minute video that can actually be part of the pack that are given to freshers when they arrive, and it can just be on a QR code that they can scan, and that will just sum up the core areas across the sporting spectrum. What I'm trying to say by that is most of the sign-ups for things like social sport are from people that live in town. So like myself, I play social football on a Friday night, but it's mainly either departments or groups of mates coming from town. I think they could be doing more to bring people into that the hall system into that, and actually making sure that they've got that information as soon as they arrive, and they're clear on exactly the opportunities that are available across the spectrum.
Another question for you both then. Loughborough London is something missed off of both of your manifestos. With our satellite campus sitting on the Olympic Park, is it not a priority to establish a presence here and break down barriers, integrate sporting strands, or improve representation for these 1,000 students? And we'll start with you, Sam.
Sure. So firstly, I left it out from my manifesto because there's only 250 words and I can't quite squeeze it in. However, when I release my extended manifesto tonight, you'll be able to see that there is a point on Loughborough London in there. And what I've said in there is, if elected, I am prepared to take a trip down to Loughborough London before my term in office begins to really get a feel about what the system is like down there. I'm aware that a few years ago there was some research done, and actually the general consensus then was that they would prefer more of a my lifestyle approach, sort of casual recreational offer. I don't know if that's still the case, and I think coming out of COVID, it would be really important to reevaluate that evidence, see if that's still the case. And I think by going down there, getting a feel for it firsthand would be the first step in that place, because you're right, it's on the Olympic Park, it's a great site, and I think we could be doing more to have a look at it, and I think going down there is the first step in making that happen.
Ben, how about yourself?
Yeah, I think Loughborough London is a really important place. It's part of a unique piece of history with the 2012 Olympics, where some of our athletes went and won medals. And I think it's really important to understand what they want from sport at Loughborough, because, as Sam said, if they still want this sort of my lifestyle kind of thing, it's really important that we push that. But if they want to sort of step it up a bit, then we need to be able to give them the facilities to do that.
Okay, another question for you both. What do you both foresee being the biggest challenge in your role should you be elected? And we'll start with you, Ben.
I think it will be the workload. When you're balancing both Sport Executive Officer and AU President, there's a lot of work and you have to change your mindset very quickly. And representing both groups, I think, will be really hard but doable.
Okay, and Sam?
So I think the biggest challenge that will be, as we go into this sort of new era with the merger, is making sure that student voice is still heard. And I feel that's a really, really important thing that the Sport Executive Officer is responsible for, because you are the head of or you are the one representing student voice in those big discussions with SDC. So I think that is something that could very easily, the merger's got lots and lots of benefits, but equally you could be faced with a situation that the student voice gets swallowed up and isn't actually being represented. So I think that is a really, really big challenge, making sure that it's being heard. But I do feel that I can make sure that in the correct way I can still represent what the students want, but also have a really good working relationship with SDC to make sure that the student voice is being represented in the correct way and we're not burning those bridges before they've even been built.
And how will you make sure the transition in terms of the merger, of course it's one of the biggest changes in AU's history, how will you make sure that that's a success?
So I think for me personally, it comes back to being open. As a club chair at the moment, I'm still a little bit in the dark about what's actually happening. So I think if I was to keep, in terms of how I'd look to move the merger forward, I look to keep people like our key decision makers, like our club chairs, in the loop, give them a little bit more information in terms of what they can know and what's appropriate for them to know. But at the moment, there's not too much out there available. I think letting them know exactly what the progress of the merger is the first step to making sure that the wider community knows exactly what's going on. Because at the moment, it's kind of a little bit quiet and no one's quite too sure. So I think that's the first step in making sure it's really, really effective.
Ben, we'll have another look at your manifesto. So you've said you want to guarantee Hey You tickets for AU members who have participated in Bucks. How would you achieve this?
So the way that we would do this is we would attach it to an AU membership for Bucks competing clubs, or we would also look at, if the numbers stack up correctly, just AU clubs, they would get priority tickets, so they'd be released an hour earlier than everyone else's, and it would all go through sums in the LSU website. And it would just allow them to get these tickets before the general public.
So if you're offering exclusive early access for tickets to AU members then, would you be happy to exclude AU members from FND, for example, to ensure everyone has an equal chance at purchasing a ticket to an LSU event?
That would not be something that I would think is fair. Hey You is supposed to be a celebration of Wednesday sport. I mean, it's a play on the words of AU. And it's really important that all of our athletes that have worked so hard and are competing on a Wednesday can then celebrate either their wins or commiserate their losses in Hey You. But if the capacity is so low and people are struggling, tickets are selling out in 3 minutes, if they can't get a ticket, then it's really sort of unfair that they can't celebrate sport.
Sam, we'll have a look at your manifesto. You also say you want to consult the wider population on the AU kit tender when in office. As the tender would have already started for the cookery deal before you would have taken office, what effect do you believe you can have on this?
So I think, I've already seen what's happened at the moment in terms of the information that's already gone in to consult the kit tender. I think something that I'd look to continue to do, if elected, would be to hold a once-termly kit forum, so people could come in and they could just get their problems with the kit out in the open. I think that's kind of the first step to making sure that people are aware that there's a place where they can say the problems with the kit, because at the moment it's still not quite clear who do we go to. Do we go to the sport executive officer? Do we go straight to the cookery rep for Loughborough? Is it a problem for the operations assistant? So I just think making an explicit space where people could come in and have a talk about kit, because it is something people care about. I feel like if we ask people in the athletic union and the wider sport population to rank things they cared about, kit would be right at the top, because it is really, really important. And I think having an explicit space where people would talk about it is the first step on making sure that that discussion's being at least seen.
Okay, your final question for you both. What would you do differently to Rachel, the current sport executive officer? I'll start with you, Sam.
Sure. So I think being sport executive officer is a really challenging job, and I feel that the people in there at the moment are constantly being bombarded with meetings, and I think this is maybe something that's inhibited Rachel from doing this. But actually, I'd look to be much more visible as Sportio. So what I mean by that is maybe at the weekend or the evenings when there's fixtures happening or there's clubs doing special events, for example, I'd look to be really, really visible and almost a figurehead for the organisation. I feel that's the job of the Sportio, to be really visible so people know exactly who is representing them in sporting decisions. So I feel what would be really important to me is just going out, seeing clubs. Again, if elected, and it will be in my extended manifesto, a personal challenge for me would be throughout the year to get to a training session or a fixture of each of the 62 AU clubs that we have, just to make sure that they're aware of who my face is. I think linking that back into my wider manifesto, coming back towards like representation and diversity, I feel like people knowing who you are is the first step to then making sure that you're aware of them being able to come up to see you. So that's kind of where I see it all linking together. I think being visible is the first way I'm going to go about doing that.
And Ben, what would you do differently to Rachel, the current sport executive officer?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say I think Rachel has done an absolutely smashing job as sport executive officer and AU president over the last year. If I was to do anything differently, it would be fighting for the views of the students more. So evidently with the gymnastics centre, with Hey You, with seating at the venues, I'd really fight for that against the university and voice the students.
Okay, so that's all we've got time for in terms of the candidate interviews. We're now just going to go on to the 30-second closing statements. So we'll start with you, Sam, your 30-second closing statement, please.
Sure. So I'd just like to thank Rachel and Ben for the debate today. I think it's been really interesting. And I just want to make sure I thank you both. Now it's time for the students to make their voice heard. And that starts with voting opening on Monday morning. A vote for Sam is a vote for students across the sports spectrum, whether that be rec, IMS, parasport, my lifestyle or AU. It's really important that student sport here is representative and making sure that however people choose to engage, they are being represented. Thank you and vote for Sam for Sport EO.
Okay, and Ben, your 30-second closing statement, please.
I'd also like to thank Sam and Rachel for a really good debate. I hope over the last half an hour or so I've shown a bit about myself and how passionate I am about sport at Loughborough and making it all about the students. If you could vote for me on Monday morning, I'd really appreciate that, and I will fight for all the students and all the student views if elected.
Okay, great. So that's it for the Sport Executive Officer candidate interview. I'm now going to pass down to Ellie, who is in the piazza with Rachel Caverhill.
Well, what a great start to Soapbox 2022. Well done to both Ben and Sam. It's never easy going first. I am joined once again by Rachel Caverhill, who is the current Sport EO. So, Rachel, I imagine that brought back fond memories of your Soapbox.
Yes, obviously it's something that you never forget. It's obviously a really important part of the campaigning process, and I hope that they have got out of it what they want to.
So how do you think both candidates did?
I think they both did really well. They held their own. Obviously, it's always difficult to be challenged on your manifesto points, any other questions that might come up. But yeah, I think they held their own, and hopefully they can continue to kind of fight for their campaign.
Amazing, thank you. So you've seen both their manifestos and you've heard what they've just had to say. Are there any particular points in both manifestos which stood out to you? We'll start with Ben's.
Yeah, to be honest, I think for both of them, I think obviously 250 words isn't that much, but I think actually being able to explain to people how you're going to put some of those points into practice if you were to be elected, I think that would be really helpful for students who are voting to see a bit more kind of realistic, how is this going to be followed through and how is this going to come into place.
Amazing. And what do you think is the most important skill for a Sportio to have?
I think it's adaptability. Obviously, you do end up wearing a lot of different hats. So being able to kind of juggle those different responsibilities and one moment switch from one place to another.
And after seeing what their manifestos have said again and listening to what they've just said, do you think both candidates have their priorities right, or are there areas in which they've lacked to address?
I mean, I don't think I'm the person who needs to answer that. I think that needs to come down to the students, obviously when they're voting from Monday. And I encourage people to question them more if they feel like they have any unanswered questions. I think that's probably the best way to go about that.
You obviously had a lot of experience. I've got a very long list in front of me of experience you had. But obviously, neither of our candidates have had the level of experience that you have. Do you think that this will affect their ability to do the role to the best of its ability?
I think, you know, when you first come on to an EO role, whatever position you're in, it is a learning curve. I don't think necessarily having loads of experience is the main thing that kind of determines how successful you are. I think it's a willingness to learn and obviously a really good handover period.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Rachel. It's been a pleasure having you. In case you missed the interview, we have a roundup of what's just happened with your Sport EO candidates.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Clubb, I'm running for Sport Executive Officer.
Hi everyone, my name's Sam Woodland and I'm running to be your next Sport EO.
National coverage of certain clubs' cultures here in Loughborough, especially initiations and welcome socials. How will you both target this possible problem and help solve what always has the possibility of arising as a problem here in Loughborough?
To implement this, I would increase committee training and give them ideas of what they can do and make sure that they're held in safe environments.
I think the first place this starts is with committee training, and particularly it's not just the responsibility of the social sec, it's the responsibility of the whole club committee and actually probably the whole club to make sure that new members joining have a really, really safe experience.
How do you see student opportunities develop in parasport?
Assisting people to understand what is available.
And I think in this sort of space, it's really giving those guys the empowerment to take it on because they've got the specialist knowledge.
You've said you want to guarantee AU tickets for AU members who have participated in bucks. How would you achieve this?
So the way that we would do this is we would attach it to an AU membership.
So if you're offering exclusive early access for tickets to AU members then, would you be happy to exclude AU members from FND, for example, to ensure everyone has an equal chance at purchasing a ticket to an LSU event?
That would not be something that I would think is fair.
As the tender would have already started for the cookery deal before you would have taken office, what effect do you believe you can have on this?
We'll be to hold a once-termly kit forum, so people could come in and they could just get their problems with the kit out in the open. I think that's kind of the first step to making sure that people are aware that there's a place where they can say the problems with the kit.
Hello and welcome back. I'm joined by Sam. How do you feel after that, Sam?
Relieved. I think that's the first thing I'll always say. It was a bit of a stress under the lights, but I feel once I got into the flow of it and we got going, and it was a really good debate with Ben. I feel we covered a lot of really interesting stuff, and I hope it was good information for the guys that are going to be voting.
I can't imagine how daunting that must have been to begin with. So how is your campaign going so far? And would you say it's more or less stressful than a dissertation?
It's certainly up there with my dissertation. It's been really stressful the last few days, but we got to see some really interesting stuff as well. It's been great going out to see the clubs. I'm going to plug my Sam Tries on social media. It's really, really interesting to see the sort of clubs that we got out there. MMA the other night was certainly an experience. Those guys know what they're doing, put it that way.
Be a bit scared of them.
Yeah, don't mess with any of those guys if you see them at FND. But yeah, it's been really, really good. I've really enjoyed speaking to students, and I think they've got they clearly feel really strongly about sport, which is great. And I feel that I'm the right person to represent their views moving forward.
Students that care about sport, welcome to Loughborough University.
Absolutely.
So, is there any insight into what else you'll be doing this week? Will you be giving us a lovely campaign song?
So, there will be a campaign song dropping at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
There we go.
If anyone was around across the weekend, they might have seen me doing some additional filming for it. It's a cracker, so make sure you tune in on my socials. It's Sam4Sportio, and the video will be up 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, one question that I would love to know the answer to is, if you can include any new sport here at Loughborough, what would you introduce? I'm going to answer that twofold, if that's okay. So the first thing I'd really like to, if I had unlimited budget, would be to make sure there was a para-sport offering for every club, and making sure that we could offer para-athletes who wanted to take part in any sport, making sure that we could host them in that AU club. If I had to choose one sport specifically, because I think it's really interesting, and I've also done a bit of umpiring in the past, is boccia. I think it's really, really interesting. It's a super cool sport, and I feel like if we could add that to our programme moving forward, it would be really, really exciting.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much, Sam. It's been lovely to meet you, and a big well done. Good luck with the rest of your campaign, and we look forward to seeing what else you're going to do.
Thank you.
Now if you could bring Ben to me, that would be great. Hello, Ben.
Hiya.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Feeling okay after that?
Yeah, it's quite daunting under the lights, but it was quite good fun in the end.
Good. So how would you say your campaign's going so far?
I think it's going quite well, yeah. It's really nice meeting all the club chairs and all the athletes that are part of the clubs and just people that are interested in sport at Loughborough. It's really interesting to get all their views and everything and be able to understand what they want.
I'm very glad to hear it. I see that you met with the gymnastics team the other day, and I saw you doing some front flips. So how did that go? The front flips was okay.
Yeah. That was something that we were talking, because we have gymnastics sessions as part of snow sports. So that was something that I was taught in our coaching sessions. It's just quite fun to jump into a foam pit, to be honest.
Of course.
But yeah, it's really fun to go and talk to them and just have a bit of a try. We've actually got a gymnastics session this evening, so if you're part of snow, come along. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Now, again, big question. Do you have a campaign song lined up? Or have you avoided that this year?
I currently don't, but if I get another 100 followers, you never know.
We'll expect a campaign drop if you get another 100 followers. That's big promises you're making.
If I get another 100 followers, I will drop a music video.
You've heard it here first, guys. If you want to see his music video, get following.
That's Ben Club for Sport on Instagram.
And again, I know that you're very heavily involved in snow.
Yep.
But if you could include any new sport here at Loughborough, what would it be?
That's a really hard question because there's just so many brilliant sports. It's a bit of a wild one, but I'd probably say ice hockey. I think it's a really fun sport. It's really good, and Nottingham have got one and we haven't.
I go every week to Nottingham Panthers.
So a little cheeky varsity match could be quite fun.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much, Ben, and a big well done to both of you for completing the soapbox. It's not easy, as I'm sure our current exec will tell you. Good luck with the rest of your campaign, and we look forward to seeing what else you're going to get up to. Now I would like to bring on Freya.
Brilliant. Thank you.
So it's been great to hear from both our candidates, but now we want to show you a quick video about voting and exactly what it's about.
So, what is STV? STV stands for Single Transferable Vote and is the voting system that the exec elections will be working under. Normally in elections you'd vote under a first-past-the-post system for an individual candidate by putting an X by their name. The exec election works on the STV system, so when you log into lsu.co.uk/exec elections, you will be presented with a list of candidates running for each role. You can rank as many or as few candidates as you wish. Under the first-past-the-post system, the candidate with the most votes wins, even if all the other candidates' votes combined are more than 50%. However, under STV, it all starts with a quota. The quota is 50% of the total votes cast plus 1. If no candidate reaches the quota in the first round, then the least popular candidate is eliminated, and their votes are redistributed based on their voters' second choices. This process will continue until the candidate reaches the quota and is elected. Although remember, RON, which stands for Reopen the Nominations, is also an option. Be sure to follow LSU Media on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram for all our exec elections coverage.
Remember, every vote counts, so make sure you vote for who you want to be elected and who you want to be your exec next year. Voting opens on the 7th of March to the 9th of March.
And remember, you can tweet us live at #LSU Elections. Next up, let's meet Adam Heseltine, who is running to be your next academic experience EO.
Hi, I'm Adam Heseltine. I'm a final year design student, the president of Loughborough Design School, and I'm running for the Academic Experience Exec. In the role as Academic Exec, I would like to hold the university to account on the feedback and assessment for students' work. I would like to improve equality, diversity and inclusion, and I'd also like to secure online learning for the future after what we've been through in the last couple of years. As part of my work as Design School President, I've been on 2 committees working with the leadership team in the Design School, helping them support the academic experience of Design School students, as well as on the EDI committee helping diversity, equality and inclusion. I'm Adam Heseltine, I'm running for Academic Experience Exec. Vote for me, please.
As this is a contested role, well, next up, let's hear from Alice Robinson, who's also running for Academic Experience Executive Officer.
Hi, my name is Alice and I'm running to be your first Academic Experience Executive Officer of Loughborough Students' Union. If you want increased representation on current educational issues and concerns, an increased support network for student volunteers, and an executive officer who will take full leadership and accountability for your academic needs, then I'm your girl. Voting is the 7th till the 9th of March. Vote for me if you want to see an improved change to your academic experience.
Now, if you don't know what an academic experience EO does, here is a little VT to show you what they get up to.
The Academic Experience Executive Officer is a key part of the executive team. They also represent academic interests for students and researchers, and there's a high level of student-staff partnership throughout the role, and there's a lot of representation to do with this. So the day-to-day role is empowering volunteers and representatives to have a high level of voice at the university and within the union. You work closely in line with doctoral researchers as well, and that's something we're really pushing in the next couple of years. We are also bringing in some really big campaigns across both campuses, all to do with education. The role is incredibly important as you represent all members at the university, from students to researchers at both campuses, and you make sure that their voice is heard at all levels to do with anything academic. My advice for this role would be make sure you are clearly representing all students, because you are such a large voice at all different levels and it is such a privilege to do that. So if you're able to represent all students and you're getting their voice across, you're doing a great job.
And we're back with the second Soapbox candidate interview of the day. I'm joined with Adam and Alice, your Academic Experience Executive Officer candidates. So we'll start with your opening statements. Adam, your 60-second opening statement, please.
Hi, I'm Adam Heseltine. I'm a final year product design student and president of the Loughborough Design School, and I'm running for Academic Exec. The reason I'm running for Academic Exec is because as my time president, I've seen a lot of problems within the university that I'd like to lobby to change. The first of these is feedback. The university currently runs 85th in the country in terms of feedback and assessment, so I'd like to put pressure on the university to improve that. I'd like to offer online learning for the future to make sure every student's preferences are tailored to. I'd also like to go for better welfare training for academic staff in terms of student-facing staff to help students with their tutors and as a mentoring role. And then I'd also like to look to the future in terms of exams, because I know the current Pro-Vice Chancellor for Teaching is looking at how we can explore exams in the future, whether they're online or whether they're needed for certain degrees. You can see more of my manifesto online, and if you like any of it, please feel free to give me your vote.
And Alice, your 60-second opening statement, please.
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Alice and I am running to be your Academic Experience Executive Officer here at Loughborough Students' Union. Within my time here, I have been involved in all three strands of education. I have held senior student volunteer positions within peer support and department committees, and I have also been a course rep. I have also seen the inner workings of the union by sitting on the Democracy and Representation Committee. Within my manifesto, I have based points on three words: representation, organisation and collaboration. So my first point is to provide a sense of leadership and accountability for all students across both campuses. I want students to feel fully supported and represented by the Academic Experience Exec. I then want to develop and stabilise the organisation of the education system, focusing heavily on student-led committees such as DSF. I finally want to increase collaborations within the union and with the university. I want to create a closer working relationship with the university, and I want to create closer working relationships with student volunteers in departments and committees. So vote for me if you want to see an improved change to your academic experience.
Great, so we'll start with a general question for both of you. What would you say, are the biggest issues impacting students' education at Loughborough that you would want to tackle, and how would you do this? And we'll start with you, Alice.
Okay, so I think one of the biggest problems at the minute is engagement with student volunteers and students across campus as a whole. I think that students don't want to get involved, and I think that it's not advertised enough. I think senior volunteer positions such as chairs need to be better advertised on Loughborough University's page and Loughborough Students' Union's page. I also want to increase representation for postgraduates as well, because I think that they are really underrepresented, postgraduates and doctoral researchers across both campuses. I want to basically increase the representation and the sort of I want to make it more forward-facing. So I want to make sure that Loughborough, London feel truly represented.
And Adam, same question for you.
It's similar, but I also think after COVID there's been a lot less engagement, particularly because students weren't engaging while everything was online. So it's looking to how we can go back to as well before, where there was a community of volunteering and representing your fellow students. So it's advertising the roles earlier in the year, opening the course rep elections earlier, and then also tackling the post-grad representative roles, because at the moment they start very late and there's very little engagement because postgrads are typically only here for a year, or if they're on doctorate roles, they're here for 3 years, but they're very busy doing their own doctorate. So it's about fostering a community of volunteering and how we can help each other as students.
Okay, so Adam, you mentioned in your manifesto and your opening statement that you will tackle the fact Loughborough ranked 85th for feedback. So there is already a working group tackling this feedback received by from the NSS survey. So how would you add value to this project?
Well, it's making sure that all the course reps and all the presidents are aware of the fact that we're struggling in terms of feedback, and specifically targeting that in their surveys and their questions, and listening out to students about what the problems are with feedback. Because in the last few weeks in prep for this NSSLC meeting, every single year group's been passing back to me a lot of feedback around how it's inconsistent and it's generally not in depth. And that needs to be passed on back all the way up to the top of the university groups and committees in a concise way where there's actual solution, because the problem with the NSS survey is it's all numerical. They don't actually give any advice on how you can improve feedback.
And Alice, we'll move on to your manifesto. You say you want to establish a monthly Volunteer of the Month awards to motivate the student volunteers. Yeah. How is this different to the already existing Student Rep Volunteer of the Month scheme and the Loughborough Academic Awards? And what would your new scheme bring to the table?
Okay, so my new scheme, it is very similar to the one that you've just mentioned, but I really want to, it's there to motivate students. I want students to make sure that they're doing the best in their roles and they're going to push themselves to get to these awards. I think that these awards will add to the LEA, so we can basically base the LEAs that we give off these awards. I want as well, it needs bigger advertisement, because I think that the awards that are already in place are great, but I don't think people know about them, and I think that people probably don't push themselves to get there because they aren't advertised enough. And I think advertisement on social media is the biggest thing, because I think that if people see their faces out there, they feel like they're doing a good job.
And your section has one of the highest numbers of volunteers, and understandably it's often difficult to keep them all engaged. What do you think is the best way of motivating student volunteers? Okay, so it does go back to my awards. I think that motivating volunteers is key, and I also want, as academic experience officer, I want to make sure that I'm having regular meetings with them. I think it's really important to know that they have the support from the staff. I think that me personally, being a chair, I don't feel like I've had a lot of support from executives and from the university itself, and I feel like making sure that I'm having constant meetings with them, making sure that they're okay in their role and as a person in general, I think is a key thing in motivating students. I don't want them to feel like they're on their own. They need to know that they've got that support there, and I really think that doing so will help motivate them. Okay, and a question for you both. How will you help transition education at Loughborough post-pandemic whilst integrating the innovations the pandemic has brought? And we'll start with you, Alice.
Okay, so the pandemic has really allowed us to see new ways of assessments and feedback and coursework. I think it's great. It has allowed us to see that dual delivery and online learning can work. I don't necessarily think we should keep with it, because at the end of the day, people are coming to university to be in person and to learn. But I think that online teaching, it is there to know that if, say, for example, a lecturer is ill, they can do it at home. I think it's nice to know that there is that possibility, to know that they can still do it if there is, I don't know, travel issues or illness issues. I think that it's a really good thing. And I think as well, it has shown us that exams can work differently. I'm not saying that exams will stay online forever, because I don't think that that's representative. I think it blurs the lines between coursework and exams too much. But I think that it shows that there are new ways of approaching things, and I think that exams and assessment are one thing that we will look at if I get the role.
Okay, and Adam, how about yourself?
I'm afraid I have to strongly disagree. A lot of the students are typically now split on whether they prefer in-person or online, so the newer students who've gone through COVID in their A-levels prefer being online. You get less engagement in person in kind of Part A and Part B, and then the Part C students prefer to be in person because that's what they're used to at university. Also, online learning is far more accessible. If you can't make it in for whatever reason, or you don't feel like you can, or you're having a bad time, you can sit at home and get the same engagement as you had before, where you would be in person. And then, there's one last thing. Oh, with the current review system, there's no real reason that you should be able to watch a lecture afterwards, but not watch it at the same time in person. And I'm quite confused as to why the review system is so delayed, in that currently with a split system, you can watch a lecture as it happens, and then it takes 2 days for it to come back on. And that's also something in my manifesto I put, that we review that system, and if we can have something that's also immediate and is quick afterwards.
What do you think on that, Alice?
Yeah, so I think that you have got great points, especially about review. I think that review, it isn't something that I've mentioned in my manifesto, but I do really believe that review needs to be reviewed, essentially, and I think that there are sort of flaws in it, and I think that to make learning the most accessible that we can, I think review does need to need to have some changes. I think that online learning, again, I have to disagree with you. I don't think that you get the same engagement online as you do in person. I think it's very easy for students to forget that they're in a lecture if they're in their room. They can have their TV on, they can have their phone there, and I think it does limit engagement a lot within lectures. But again, there is split reviews, and you are right. A lot of first-year students especially, they are really worried about going back to in-person exams because they haven't really had an in-person exam for 3 years. And I think that I want to make sure that I'm not totally saying that I'm going to throw students in the dark and say, hey, we're going back to in-person exams, like, do it. There will be constant support for people, but I think it needs to go back.
Okay, and so as we know, there was no education EO this year. Do you both think that this has had a negative effect on the academic experience and representation here at Loughborough? And how would you ensure that this doesn't happen again in the future of your section should you be elected? And we'll start with you, Adam.
Sure. From my experience, obviously I can't count for the previous year because I wasn't here, but I saw very little problem without having the education exec role there, probably because the committee did a great job in covering for it. And then also within the union, there's Chloe, who's the academic representation officer, and she also did a fantastic job in looking after all the presidents and therefore the course reps and everyone else. So it hasn't been terrible, but I think that's due to the staff in the union and the committee.
And how about yourself, Alice?
Okay, so I sort of have a very different opinion. So I think that we have survived, and I think the education system has worked, but I don't think it's thrived. I think that academic representation, as you've mentioned, academic representation has done really, really well without an education EO, and I think this is the fact that they do have a lot of university support. I think other sections such as peer support and department committees have severely struggled without the presence of an education EO. I think that volunteers have felt under-supported, underrepresented. They feel like they haven't had anywhere to go to talk to. From my current experience and from other chairs and peer support coordinators, we've really felt under-supported, and I think that it is a role that needs to be there and needs to be more forward-facing and needs to be talking to the students and getting current issues and concerns feedback, and I think that, we have struggled.
Okay, so we're now getting a question in from social media. Danny Smith has asked you both, what do you think the problems with DSF are, and how would you support them in their roles should you be elected? Mm-hmm. And we'll start with you, Alice.
Okay, so DSF, I have sat on DSF for this year. For those of you that don't know, it stands for Department Students Federation. So we have had very limited support, as I've mentioned, from the university. We don't get any funding from the university. We are meant to be we are meant to sit in the middle of the university and the union, and we seem to get very limited support from the university. If you look at HSF, the sort of sister federation, they get a lot more support from the university, and I think that that's one thing that I'm trying to tackle this year, is to try and get more funding. I've spoken to Rachel Thompson, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Teaching, and she is very, very happy to sort of push forward DSF and make it a more of a university federation, and to make sure that we are truly getting the support that we need, because departments are struggling. Chairs, volunteers and students themselves are feeling that there's no educational community at the minute, and to push DSF, I think is the main priority for me.
And Adam, how about yourself? What do you think the problems with DSF are, and how would you support them in their role should you be elected?
Unfortunately, because I'm not on the DSF committee, I can't talk about the internal problems. What I can say is I don't really it's not communicated to students what DSF do and how they represent the students in the university. So I think that could be communicated better, because even though I understand what they do, I don't know the problems and I don't know how I can support them or if it's relevant to me as a student.
Okay, and a question for you, Alice, on your manifesto. You say that you want to ensure that the academic experience team you're a part of is responsive to student issues. How would you plan to implement this culture change?
Okay, so I think that one main thing is closing the feedback loop. I think that we have great systems in place. We have the Academic Experience Board, we have the education forums in place that do get a lot of feedback. I sit on both of them, and we do get a lot of feedback, and we do get good questions, not only from undergraduates, but we get postgraduates and doctoral researchers coming to us with problems and concerns. And I think that it is great that we get this feedback, but there is just one last step that is missing. We need to close the feedback loop. We need to go back to the students and say, this is what I have done, and this is what I'm going to do for you in terms to change this. So yeah, I think that closing the feedback loop is something that I'm really passionate about.
So do you not think, though, that the LSU team want to be proactive rather than reactive?
Okay, yeah, no, that's great. That is a good question. But I think that we are only able to change things that we know are a problem. Obviously, we sit on so many committees, we sit on so many things, and there are a lot of things that we don't know about. I think that students sometimes don't actually come to us, as Adam has mentioned. Sometimes students don't come to us for feedback. And I think that we need to make sure that we are making sure that we know these problems and making sure that people are aware, because I think that if people are aware that we are changing and we are doing something with the feedback, I think that they will be aware that they'll be more aware of coming to us and coming to us with problems. So yeah, I think that it is great to be proactive rather than reactive, but I think that you can only be that if you are getting the stuff that you need to change.
Okay, and Adam, you mentioned today and also in your manifesto that online learning should be used further at Loughborough. How are you going to listen to the student voices in terms of what the students actually want with regards to learning styles, so blended learning, online or face-to-face?
Well, it's just about how the kind of president and course rep system works. If the information is fed back properly to the elected president, all the students' views can realistically go all the way to the academic exec. And it will evolve as time goes on. Obviously, the final year students now prefer to be in person. First year students typically prefer to be online. That will change. It's about listening and kind of looking at those surveys and the results, both quantitative and qualitative, and see whether we can continue with both, whether that's necessary, and if it brings extra work to the academic staff because they're overworked as it is realistically.
In your opinion then, do you think online learning is better than face-to-face teaching?
It's better for some people. For me personally, I prefer in person. Some people, they may not feel they can go to a lecture in the morning for whatever reason they have, and obviously they're going to get a better experience if they're watching it live. Engagement might not be the same if you're not so interested. If you are kind of doing two things at the same time, it's not going to be as useful. But if you are engaged and you can't make an in-person lecture, having the opportunity to see an online lecture is almost as good if you are engaged.
Okay, so we're now going to go down to the piazza where we hopefully are joined by Ellie and Jodie Evans.
Hello, I'm joined by Jodie Evans, who is the current Action Chair. And Jodie, you have a question for our candidates?
So what is your understanding of the current doctoral experience at Loughborough, and how would you tailor your communications to this group?
So we'll start with you, Adam. Did you catch that, or do you want me to repeat it? Yeah. So what is your understanding of the doctoral research experience at Loughborough, and how would you tailor your communications to this group?
My understanding is fairly limited. I have some communication with them, not great ones. I understand that they have quite a significant teaching role at the university as well as their research role, and a lot of that isn't understood by the students. I've had complaints about postgrads marking their work and how they don't think that's appropriate. So I think it's about communicating to the students what postgrads do as well as their own research. I understand there's some problems in terms of what their role sits as within the university, because they come to research and they develop teaching skills as well, and you don't get a lot of feedback from postgrad students. So possibly one of the things is getting them more engaged in the university as soon as they arrive, because they'll have come from other institutions typically, and they might not have such a connection. So it's making them feel welcome. Particularly foreign postgrads, a lot of the time need a mentor to kind of adjust to the English system sometimes. So I'd argue that just making postgrads feel welcome at Loughborough is probably one of the most important things to start with.
And Alice, how about yourself?
Yeah, okay, so as Adam said, it is quite limited because obviously I am not a doctoral researcher and I don't know what they're doing, what challenges they're facing personally. But I do know that there are a lot of teams. There is the doctoral researchers presidential team who I've actually spoken to, and they say that they really want to work with me basically, and they want to work with the academic experience executive and make sure that they feel truly represented and supported. Yeah, I think that working with these groups, such as there are groups down in London, there are groups here, and I think that working with these groups and making sure that we are listening to what they want, I think is key. And yeah, getting feedback from them, as Adam has said, is really, really important, because I think that we can't change stuff without having the feedback from them, because at the end of the day, they are a small group on the campus, but that doesn't mean that they're any less important. They are still as important as our undergraduate students, and I really, really want to listen to them and make sure that they are airing their concerns to me, and yeah.
Okay, so A question for both of you then. Neither of you mentioned London in your manifesto, but with education the only permanent LSU presence down in the capital, this is surprising. How will you help represent these students so they feel your presence, and what will you do to improve the LSU London experience? And we'll start with you, Alice.
Okay, yes, so I think education forums are a really, really good way to start this. I think that we've had 2 really, really good education forums at the minute. And I think that we need to have a education forum dedicated to postgraduates on the London campus. I think that by this we will be able to get their feedback, we will be able to work with them. As I've said in my manifesto, I want to make the role more forward-facing. I want to be out there, I want to be talking to students, and I've also said that I want to make sure, I think it's mentioned somewhere else as well, but to make sure that there is always an executive down there, probably at least once a month, to make sure that they can come to us with issues and concerns, and make sure that we are truly representing them. I think that making sure that they know that we're there is really beneficial, and I want to increase the educational community down in London as well.
Do you think once a month is enough?
I think once a month. I think obviously the exec team at the minute is quite stretched in what they have to do, but I think that if we can increase it to once every 2 weeks, I think that would be great. But I think for now it would be great at staying at a month and seeing where we can go from there, because we don't know how well it will work. And I think that execs do go down there at the minute, but I don't think it's enough.
And Adam, how about yourself? How will you represent the students at Loughborough London so they feel your presence, and what will you do to improve their experience?
Well, same as ours. I think once a month is a decent amount of time, because we're kind of going towards a lot of online meetings and working together online. And I think we are now used to being able to get feedback that way. Obviously, being a presence there at least once a month is a good way of doing that. The other thing I'm quite interested in doing is making it feel like more like one institution, because I know to myself and a few others, Loughborough London doesn't feel quite a part of Loughborough University as an institution. It almost feels like a separate entity, and maybe how we can engage both campuses together, see how we can kind of almost collude as one, kind of between departments. If there's postgrads down there who have specific interests, if they can support undergrads up here, and how we can kind of engage the both of them.
Okay, and Adam, in your manifesto you say you want to provide more representative support in the form of mentors to student volunteers to help support their leadership and representative skills at Loughborough. What would be different in your new scheme to the peer mentoring and support scheme that LSU already runs?
It's more tailored towards an academia experience for the course reps and the presidents. I know there's kind of a strong interest in moving into academia, and so it's therefore kind of academic staff as a mentor and kind of supporting them in their leadership skills and their working skills personally. So how they can improve as a leader, how they can improve as a representative. So as a president, I've developed such good skills in terms of leadership and kind of organisation, and that's kind of down to what I've done personally, but it would have been great to have someone who's been through it before and can support me in the same way.
And so if you're not replacing the current scheme then, where are you going to get these new mentors from?
From the academic staff typically, because I know they're obviously quite hard work as it is, but 15 minutes once a month is pretty damn useful in terms of just supporting your skills and explaining their own stories of what they've done.
Okay, so we'll move on to you, Alice. How are you going to remove discrepancies between departments and schools? There are thousands of staff here at Loughborough, so aren't discrepancies always going to occur?
Okay, yeah, so this is something that I feel very passionate about. Within departments and schools, we have obviously feedback, we have academic misconduct, and we have mitigating circumstances. They are the 3 main things that I'm focusing on. I think Adam has mentioned about feedback and the fact that feedback needs to be improved. I think that in some schools and some departments, they automatically get exam feedback, which is great for them. But I know in my department, we have to go through a really, really long chain, a really, really long process to get exam feedback, and it really puts people off. So we just get our mark and we move on with it. And I think that that's not fair if students paying the same price for their education are getting exam feedback straight away. Also with mitigating circumstances as well is a discrepancy that I really want to. So we basically have, in schools, we have each department, so each school has a sort of committee that deals with mitigating circumstances. And I know, for example, within my department, we can, from people's experiences that they've told me, we can have one sort of fix in one department, and then in another department you'll have a completely different fix to the same problem. And I don't really think this is fair for students, because you could be getting, one could be a percentage change, and then one could be you have another 2 days to sort your coursework out. And I don't really think it's fair, and I think there needs to be a sort of bigger and more consistent board, like an academic misconduct
What would
board.
your first steps be then to actually reduce these discrepancies?
Okay, yeah, so I'd like to, as I said, I'd like to make a sort of board in the university to make sure that they are all being sort of reviewed, and to make sure that there is a more consistent sort of scheme. So maybe a document or something that we can work through, rather than people making the decisions on their own backs. I think that it needs to be more consistent through committees, because I think that it's not fair, basically.
So how would you plan to achieve this as the union then, rather than the university?
Okay, so this goes back to my manifesto point in terms of increasing collaborations with the university. I think a great working relationship with the university is highly important. And speaking to the Vice-Chancellor, I think that she is, Vice-Chancellor of Teaching, sorry, she is really, really ready to work with the union, because she hasn't had an education EO this year. She is really, really ready to work. So I think that we have already discussed mitigating circumstances, and they are looking at sort of changing committees. So I think that it is something, it will be a discussion that I have with the university to make sure that we can collaborate on them ideas.
Okay, and a question for you both. The education section has moved to appointments rather than elections over recent years. Do you think this is the right approach? And we'll start with you, Adam.
I think it's the correct approach. A lot of elections at university come down to a popularity contest. As much as you may have a manifesto, there is people within the university who have more influence, and I think it should generally be based on the skills and your experience and how well you can do the job, rather than who you know.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Adam is correct in saying that elections can be a very popularity contest, and I don't think it is fair. But also I think appointments increase engagement. Down to the point, I think that a lot more people apply for the roles because they feel like they don't have to be public about it. I think that's something that puts people off elections a lot, because they feel like they have to be public all the time, and they post in all the time. And I think that appointments really sort of challenges this low engagement, and I think it is increasing engagement slowly, but yeah, it just needs to, I think it needs to carry on.
And essay mills and copyright issues continue to become more prevalent issues in Loughborough in recent years. How do you both plan to tackle these challenges, and what methods would you endorse to prevent these from happening? Start with you, Alice.
Okay, yeah, so they have become a lot more prevalent because of online exams, online 24-hour exams, and people feel like they can just use the internet, and they don't fully know what to do and how to reference properly. And I think that LSU advice is a really, really good system, and I don't think people use it enough. I think that people need to, it needs to be better advertised through the union, and make sure that people are aware that they can go here for referencing, to know what they actually can do, because I know that my department has a handbook, and it basically tells us what we can and can't do, essentially. But it's hidden, so everything just needs to be better advertised. And
so how would you communicate the message then?
Okay, so I want to, so it's another point that I want to do. I want to make Learn a lot more accessible for people. I want, like module handbooks, for example, I want them to be right there when you open Learn. Obviously, it's a conversation that I need to have with the people that sort Learn. But I think that module handbooks, they are too far away for people to find. I think that they need to be right there so people know what they can do. And then again, LSU advice, I think, needs to be better advertised, because I think it is a great system, but I don't think it's used enough by students.
And Adam, how do you plan to tackle the challenges in terms of essay mills and copywriting issues, and what methods would you endorse to prevent these from happening?
Well, as we move away from online exams, it becomes slightly easier. I think it should be realistically on a case-by-case basis. So from the top down, it's communicated to schools that essay mills are a problem. You need to look at your coursework and your exams that you've set and whether they can be exploited in terms of kind of online services. And then on a case-by-case basis, if there aren't any problems with the module, that's okay. If the way it's being assessed can be potentially exploited, that needs to be done in some sort of control condition, either an exam, or the assessment needs to be kind of tailored in a way that it's on the improvement of the coursework
or they're kind of more oversight from the academic staff, so it's almost obvious to where essay mills are being used. So if you have, for example, one handing that's a single essay, that is easily exploited by an essay mill. If you change that to a course work where you hand in a first draft, a second draft, and this is down to academic staff and their understanding of the process, and I think their experience would be far more useful than my own in this.
Okay, and how would you both deal with regular and repeating strike action by university staff? And do you believe the union should stay neutral on the issue as they have done in the past? I'll start with you, Adam.
I think it's typically down to what the students think. I mean, this year I believe they put out a survey whether the students wanted to support the strike action or not, and honestly I think that's the best way to do it. If the university as a whole wants to support the strikes, that's down to them. If there's a few students, I know there was quite a lot of vocal students this year who didn't support the strikes, then you have to remain neutral. It can't really be down to the committee on whether the union supports the strikes or not. It has to really be down to the students.
Yeah, I agree. I think that student voice is imperative when it comes to strikes. They have been really detrimental to a lot of people's studies for a lot of years now. And I think that the union taking a neutral stance for the past couple of years has been okay, but I think that they are going on for too long now, and I think there is a stance that needs to be made. As Adam said, they were really good in going out and talking to the students and being representative. However, I think about 300 people came back, and considering our student population is over 18,000 people, that's not representative enough. I think students need to be told about what the strikes are, because I think that they're hidden from them a lot. I think students need to be aware of what the strikes are, why they are striking, and I think there needs to be better sort of advertisement again on strikes and how we are dealing with it. And I think that, I think a stance should be made this time, depending on what the students think.
Okay, and one final question for you both. As Academic Experience Executive Officer, you will be the champion of student voices on education here at the university. How will you use the student feedback to make positive changes across the fountain at the university? And I'll start with you, Alice.
Okay. So I think feedback, as I've mentioned quite a lot, feedback is very, very important, and building closer working relationships with the university is great. I think you can't make change without having working relationships with you can't make change without having good working relationships with people. And I think that championing students' voice is always important. Can you just repeat the question again? Sorry.
How will you use the student feedback to make positive changes across the fountain at the university? Okay,
yeah. So I want to make the university aware of this feedback. I think a lot of the time the feedback it goes back to my feedback loop, it sort of gets missed out. And I think that the university need to know what the students want. And I think being the voice and not sitting back and allowing stuff to happen, I think is my biggest thing. I want to lobby the university on current issues and concerns to make sure students are fully represented.
And Adam?
Thankfully, the university is generally pretty good at listening to student voice. I think it's working with Rachel, who hasn't had an education exec last year, and just developing a really good relationship with her, because she listens in a fantastic way to students and what they need. And if we can work with her and the staff around her, then you can really make quite a significant difference.
Okay, so I think that's it on our candidate interviews for today. So we'll just finish off with your closing statement. So Alice, your 30-second closing statement, please.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you everyone for listening. I really, really hope you all enjoyed it. I really hope I answered your questions consistently and concisely. I hope that every question that you have has now been answered. If not, please head over to my socials. Instagram is Alice4AEEO_. I'm more than happy to answer all of your questions. Vote for me.
And Adam?
Yeah, cheers everyone for watching. Thanks to media for supporting the whole thing, and cheers for Alice for giving me a challenge. You can see my manifesto at LSU Elections, and if you want to send me a message, it's vote for Adam for Academic Exec. So vote for me, please.
Okay, great. So that is it for the Academic Experience Executive Officer candidate interview. I hope you have found this an insightful interview. And now I'm going to pass back down to Ellie in the piazza, who should be joined with Jodie.
Thank you, Rachel. I am joined with Jodie, our current Action Chair. So, Jodie, Some strong candidates there. How do you think that went for them?
I think they both did really good. They answered the questions really well. I really love the fact they challenged each other. Across the student body, you're going to have conflicting opinions about how our education system should be run. So the fact that they listened to each other and they were able to challenge each other with their own opinions, but while still respecting what the other was saying, was really nice to see. And I think it makes them both quite strong candidates.
Oh, amazing. Thank you. Now, I know that you're Action Chair and there currently is an Academic Experience Executive Officer, so we've kind of thrown you in here. But what would you say does make a good academic experience, EO?
So I'm probably going to base this a bit off Anna Maria because she was an absolutely amazing education EO. So we need someone who is strong, someone who listens, someone who's willing to go to the university and fight for what the students want, but also willing to listen to what the university is saying and why they're doing certain things, and they're able to communicate that to the students effectively as well.
Amazing, thank you. And again, as we know, there was no education EO this year, but what's been put in place that you would like for them to carry on if they get the role?
So across the executive team this year, we've kind of split the roles to make sure that we're able to maintain the high standards and the good relationships that Anna Maria continued on while she was in place. We also have set up this year the PGR and Doctoral Council, which is absolutely amazing. It's finally being able to give them more of a voice, and that would be great to see that continue.
Oh, amazing. Well, thank you very much, Jodie. And if you missed the interview that's just happened, we have a short roundup for you now.
Hi, I'm Adam Heseltine.
Hi everyone, my name is Alice and I am running to be your Academic Experience Executive Officer.
What would you say, are the biggest issues impacting students' education at Loughborough that you would want to tackle, and how would you do this?
So I think one of the biggest problems at the minute is engagement.
It's similar, but I also think after COVID there's been a lot less engagement, particularly because students weren't engaging while everything was online.
That you will tackle the fact Loughborough ranked 85th for feedback. So there is already a working group tackling this feedback received by from the NSS survey. So how would you add value to this project?
It's making sure that all the course reps and all the presidents are aware of the fact that we're struggling in terms of feedback, and specifically targeting that in their surveys and their questions, and listening out to students about what the feedback. Because
how will you help transition education at Loughborough post-pandemic?
It has allowed us to see that dual delivery and online learning can work. I don't necessarily think we should keep with it, because at the end of the day, people are coming to university to be in person and to learn.
I'm afraid I have to strongly disagree. A lot of the students are typically now split on whether they prefer in-person or online. Also, online learning is far more accessible. If you can't make it in for whatever reason, or you don't feel like you can, or you're having a bad time, you can sit at home and get the same engagement as you had before. With the current review system, there's no real reason that you should be able to watch a lecture afterwards but not watch it at the same time in person. And I'm quite confused as to why the review system is so delayed, in that currently with a split system, you can watch a lecture as it happens, and then it takes 2 days for it to come back on.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined by Adam Heseltine. So, how did you find that?
Surprisingly okay. At the start I was slightly anxious about it, but as the questions went on it was okay, and I think the questions fell pretty well for me, so I didn't mind it so much.
Oh, good. It was good to see you both up there chatting. How would you say your campaign's gone so far? Any particular strategy you're going for?
I don't have any particular strategy. Everyone else has got quite a big campaign team. I'm working by myself on this. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, I have maybe a couple of friends who've helped me put posters up and banners up, and then one who came to the FND on the other night. But other than that, it's me by myself. Particular strategy is just my big tagline. I think everyone's seen it on the banners around campus, but that's really it.
Oh, how come you decided to work alone primarily?
All my friends on my course are very busy like me, and so I didn't really want to take up too much of their time. I thought if I'm going to run, I'm going to kind of try and win on my manifesto and my own opinions.
Ah, what would you say has been the highlight of your campaign so far?
It's all been pretty fun. I've learned quite a few skills, and I've never been kind of forward-facing, public-facing as this, so I'm usually a quiet guy, so I've quite enjoyed that.
And you were a captain for Loughborough hockey team. Which team was it?
The Fives.
Amazing. And how would you say your time as captain has prepared you for how this role would
It's
go?
been really fun, because I've never really been a leader of anything in that sort of way, and I've got a great bunch of boys on my team, and it's been fun to kind of see them arrive as fresh and not know each other and kind of develop a little family at the end of the day. So that's been great.
Amazing. Well done.
Cheers, thank you very much.
It's not easy. Thank you so much. And now I would like to bring on Alice. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah,
Daunting?
that was very intense, very intense. But yeah, no, I'm glad it's over. Basically, it was. Yeah, I've been preparing for it for a long time, so hopefully everything came across.
It's over now. You
right?
don't have to worry
honestly,
about it.
So happy.
How would you say that your campaign is going so far?
My campaign is going amazing. I'm actually loving every minute of it. Like being out there, talking to people. I think it's amazing, and yeah, I'm really enjoying it. FND was a personal highlight.
I was going to say I saw all your posts from FND and your pink
my little
Polaroid.
Instagram banner. Yeah, no, it was great. I literally loved every minute of it.
Amazing. I also saw that you are part of cheer, or do you
I'm
went
not.
to cheer?
Yeah, I went to cheer on Friday night. It was
the big
amazing.
group of you.
Yeah.
You're all doing lots of tricks.
No, cheer amazing. Like I was just trying stunts, like tricks. It was amazing. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you
well
so
done.
much. Thank you.
It's not easy.
No. Thank you so much.
I would like to bring on Freya next.
Okay.
So we are now going to be moving on to welfare and diversity. So here to meet your first candidate will be Anushka Johnson.
Hi, my name's Anushka Johnson and I'm running to be your next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer. I currently sit on the Welfare and Diversity Committee this year as your Hall and Department Reps Coordinator for Welfare and Diversity, and I've been involved with the section for all 3 years that I've been here so far, so I consider myself a very experienced volunteer within the section. I'm currently in my final year studying psychology and I'm doing my final year undergraduate project on self-identifying female perceptions of student safety, so these matters are really important to me. You should vote for me because I'm looking to bring a breath of fresh air into the section and use the passion and the drive that I have for this section into all welfare and diversity matters. My name's Anushka Johnson and you should vote for me as your next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer.
This is another contested role, so next up is Valin Lalato, who is also running for Welfare and Diversity EO.
Hello, my name is Valin Lalato and I'm running as the next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer. The reason why I'm running is that I understand what's the importance of the Welfare and Diversity section. I have been a student struggling with my mental health, with my finances. I've been a student part of minority. I understand what it means to be on that side of the coin, in which institutions should represent you and should include you, but maybe they don't. And then I understand the anger and the pain that comes from that. And as a student union, that makes all students part of a democratic institution. So vote for me, vote for Valen as next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer.
And here is a little bit about what the welfare and diversity EO role entails.
The Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer role is the lead student representative for all things equity, diversity, inclusion, welfare and well-being. So I think the role is split up into three sort of areas. Working with the Welfare and Diversity Committee, or the lead student EDI consultants as I like to see them. Working with the university as the lead student representative for all things EDI, welfare and well-being, and working within the union as an organisation to champion EDI, welfare and well-being causes. So a day can look like a mix of all three of those things, just one, sometimes two, or a mix of the combination. So my favourite thing about the section is that those people are the experts. In this role, you are not the expert. You rely so heavily on the communities in order to do your job properly, which then sort of leads to why I really enjoy the role in and of itself. As an executive officer, you are representative, you're strategic, you're not operational, but the section feeds into all that important work so crucially, and I really enjoy the sort of high-level, systemic, structural approaches to solving issues. And while that may not be always feasible to do every single day, it's those big projects that I really do enjoy. So the role, in my view, is so important because it represents some of the things that are integral to every student's experience. You know, so you've got education, every student is here to do their degree or their program. and also every student has some element of welfare, diversity, and inclusion. So the role is so important because it is an integral part of a student experience, whether people like it or not. And so you need someone to effectively represent those matters, particularly for those who don't always feel like they can have the voice to raise their concerns. So the advice I'd give to someone coming into the role is to think bigger. This role has come on leaps and bounds. It's now 10 years old. The section is now into its 10th year. And we need to be thinking larger than the Welfare Diversity Executive Officer just doing campaigns or events, which is integral, yes, but it's integral to the student volunteers doing that work, not to the Executive Officer. So I'd say think bigger, think structural, think systemic, think elevating the views of those who don't always have that opportunity, and you should be fine.
And we're back in the studio for the next set of candidate interviews with the Welfare and Diversity electorates, Anushka and Valen. And we'll start off with both of our candidates' opening statements. So Anushka, let's start off with your 60-second opening statement, please.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, everyone. LSU is about to enter a new era of welfare and diversity. Over the next 12 months, we are going to be seeing a new Pro-Vice-Chancellor for EDI, a new EDI subcommittee within LSU, a new Welfare and Diversity Committee, and obviously a new Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer, which is why I am here. I currently sit on the Welfare and Diversity Committee this year as your Welfare and Diversity Hall and Department Reps Coordinator, and I believe now it is my time to take the helm and use the experience that I've gained through being in the section for the last 3 years to take welfare and diversity to the next level and continue making this section as successful as it can be. My extended manifesto is available to view on my Instagram, which is just Anushka for Welfare, and I hope that the next 30 minutes or so prove to you why I should be your next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer. Thank you so much.
And Valen, your 60-second opening statement, please.
Thank you really much. Hello, my name is Valen Rollato and I'm running as the next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer. The 3 key points of my manifesto are, first of all, to establish welfare and diversity drop-in sessions for all students. Second of all, I want to establish proper safeguarding and training for all LSU volunteers. And third of all, I want to bring back COGS and make sure that all the voices of BAME communities are taken care of and listened to. I am also a part of the LSU and I'm part of especially the Welfare and Diversity family. I am sitting in the LGBT committee at the moment, and my active role is about making sure that queer people have a social and support system in which they can be represented. I have also experience about mental health and disability because I am currently working as a healthcare worker for a care home, and I hope that my experience is going to give a breath of fresh air for the welfare and diversity section so that I can represent all students at the best that I can.
Okay, great. Thank you both. So we'll start off with a question for both of you. Much of your time as Welfare Executive Officer would be spent advocating for students and student welfare to the university. What one issue do you both believe the university can improve on when it comes to the treatment of students? And I'll start with you, Valen.
Thank you really much. An issue that I think is currently happening at the moment is trust. I personally feel that many students don't trust the LSU so much. I think, and this is also one of the reasons why I'm establishing welfare and diversity drop-in sessions. I want to make students understand that I'm an active role in the community, that I'm there to listen and represent everyone, that I'm not just a person behind the desk, but I'm an active role in Loughborough and also for Loughborough London, so that I want to build a sense of trust and community for everyone.
And Anushka?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Absolutely. Much of your time as Welfare Executive Officer will be spent advocating for students and student welfare to the university. What one issue do you believe the university can improve on when it comes to the treatment of students?
I would probably have to go similar to what Valen said in terms of transparency and showing how that we are representing our minority and liberation groups both at the union and obviously the university, like you've mentioned, Rachel. I would agree with Valen in that I believe that there is probably a lack of trust in the LSU compared to previous years, and I think by increasing the transparency between
the university and the students in terms of their strategy, their future projects and stuff will help aid students to regain trust in the university and the union to best represent the students.
Okay, and we'll have a look at your manifestos. Anushka, can you give me an example of a student opportunity you want to develop through listening to minority voices, as you suggest in your manifesto?
One of the student opportunities that I'd like to introduce to uplift student minority voices, as you mentioned, is something that I think we see within RAG and Action and Enterprise in terms of having a welfare and diversity showcase. I think within our section it's quite difficult to quantitatively, objectively measure our impact on students in terms of we don't raise X amount of money and we don't have X volunteers on a certain project. So what I would like there to be is for there to be a welfare and diversity showcase to show how we do aid and support and uplift minority and liberation groups. And like I've previously mentioned, to improve the transparency and show off all the great work that we do, because a lot of it is behind the scenes, a lot of it is strategic, and a lot of it is behind the scenes. So I think I'd like students to see all the work that we do to help minority groups.
On strategy then, how would you plan on involving them in key strategic decision-making processes, as it says in your manifesto?
So a novel thing that I've mentioned in my manifesto is the launch and the introduction of the EDI subcommittee, which will be hopefully rolled out by the time the next Welfare and Diversity Officer is elected. So I think that will definitely have to include people of obviously minority backgrounds to ensure that their voices are heard. And we actively listen to these voices, and there is feedback that is provided on how we have supported minority groups.
And Valen, on your manifesto, you state that you want to bring back COGS. LSU is bringing a third room back into the nightclub operations, satisfying what COGS used to do in terms of its music and space. Whilst this idea has already been adopted, do you have an alternative idea to help bring back more cultural and diverse events into the LSU?
So the fact that COGS is coming back, I think is a wonderful opportunity. It's also a wonderful opportunity to understand what the LSU has done wrong in the past. Why is COGS now being taken care of? Why wasn't it done before? Why is that the voices of BAME communities has been listened now and not before that the COGS was considered as a decision? And I think this has to change about the LSU. If we need to make an important decision that could affect the lives of minorities, maybe we should listen to the minorities before and not after. So about your question, if I want to establish any cultural event, any event catered to minorities, the first thing I want to do is ask to them, what do you want? What do you want from the LSU? What do you want from me? What do you want from a leader that is there in the front line for you and that represents you?
How would you go about actually finding those students to be able to speak to them?
Honestly, I could also just try to go to their meeting, trying to approach them, trying to be friendly, trying to be engaging, trying to be all these things as all together can make other people understand that I'm a friendly person, I'm an active person, and a person that actually they should trust, and a person that is that wants to be part of their lives and wants to do and wants the best for them.
Okay, and a question for you both. What would you say is the biggest challenge that the Welfare and Diversity section will be facing over your tenure if you were to be elected? And I'll start with you, Valen.
Can you repeat that question?
Absolutely.
Please?
What would you say is the biggest challenge that the Welfare and Diversity section will be facing over your tenure if you were to be elected?
I think one of the biggest challenges is probably going to be funds, because everyone wants to have a perfect world in which equality is the same for students, and everyone can have the same possibilities. But then, especially when we come to funds, money, and how to manage them, we can see that sometimes the money available are limited, and that's probably something we need to face. Many sections of the Welfare and Diversity Association have the problem that they have very limited resources, and so they have also a limit on what they can do practically for their section and the events they can create or what they can do online for their social media campaign.
Would you agree, or do you have another suggestion on what you would say the biggest challenges?
I'd probably say something different. So I think I've touched on this before. I'll provide you with another answer, but I think one of the things would be, obviously, like I've mentioned, transparency. I think it's really important to promote that the work that we do, and I think a lot of it, like I've mentioned before, is relatively invisible and it's hard to quantify. So that's probably one thing I'd work on. But to give you another answer to something that I previously mentioned, I'd probably say, not that I think this exists or doesn't exist, but I think there's been a long-standing perception of perhaps clickiness within the welfare and diversity section. So I think continuing to collaborate with associations and even potentially other sections of LSU to ensure that we're reaching more volunteer bases that wouldn't be in these immediate groups of volunteers. For example, if we're talking cross association, for example, I know that the LGBT Association have collaborated with the CASH, Consent and Sexual Health Association, a lot this year. And I think that allows students who aren't in those two immediate volunteer bases to become familiarised with the committee members and so on and so forth. And then if we're talking more LSU-wide, I think it'd be great for there to be greater collaboration between sections. So, for example, Movember is obviously a great opportunity for welfare and diversity to collaborate with BRAG to raise money for Movember. So that is probably what I would say.
Okay, great. And we'll move on to a manifesto point for you both. Valen, you mentioned a lot in your manifesto about the disruptions caused by COVID, but we're now coming out of this pandemic with the easing of restrictions. How do you see this changing your manifesto points or duties and responsibilities in a post-coronavirus climate?
So I think that although we are going out of the COVID pandemic, the effects of COVID are still impacting the lives of minority. As an example, disabled people. The lives of disabled people are still in danger because of COVID. I've seen it by myself personally because of my workplace. I was an essential worker during the COVID epidemic. I've seen how much COVID can impact the life of people and the families of those people that are being impacted. I think that the LSU should account for this, should consider that there are some people that are still being impacted by COVID-19 and should take a knowledge of this and find certain strategies so that the LSU can still tackle what's happening to students at the moment. As an example, the Loughborough University has now erased all online learning. There is still videos still gets uploaded on Learn, but the lectures are not online anymore. But that means that disabled people that can't come to university for whatever reason, or for their physical health, or because they can't be put in danger, now can't access the lectures anymore. And sometimes it is true that they can access those lectures after a couple of days, but anyway, it's precious time taken out of their studies.
So what do you see a post-COVID university looking like from a welfare perspective then?
I will think that the welfare and diversity section needs to consider that things like COVID might happen again, and we need to develop certain strategies so that all the minorities that we are representing can be sheltered from other crises that might happen in UK in the future. As an example, the war in Ukraine. That's going to be another problem that we're going to have to face in the future as the welfare and diversity family. How are Ukrainian and Russian students now dealing with what's happening in Ukraine? And we need just to we need to acknowledge that and take care of it.
Okay, and Anushka, we'll move over to you. So Alex, the current executive officer, mentioned training in his last year's Soapbox. How does your manifesto point on this differ from him on this subject? And how do you plan on implementing this training at LSU differently to what's been done before?
Okay, so my training is, I know that Alex's last year was for students and staff, but mine is more focused on the students. So my training looks to give each student-facing volunteer within the welfare and diversity section the appropriate toolkit and knowledge to be able to deal with a variety of occasions that could arise within their roles. So this covers things like disclosures, anti-racism, mine's gone blank. Mine's gone blank. Anti-racism, making content accessible for all, And I think this is something that I've gained from my time as a Woodland Department Rep Coordinator, as issues that I've seen that I think could be translated onto a bigger scale. So this training will hopefully provide each sectional volunteer with the appropriate toolkit to be empowered in their roles and to be able to successfully facilitate any sort of occasion that might come up in their role. And the reason that I've chosen this to be part of my manifesto is because I think certain associations within their training, whatever training that they might have, I know that Welfare and Diversity as a section has training for all of their volunteers. But a lot of the training within certain associations, for example, like the EMM might focus more on anti-racism, CASH training might focus more on handling disclosures and different sexual health issues that may arise. But I think that this is aiming to provide a more consistent toolkit of abilities.
So how will you know if this training programme has been successful? Do you have any measurable outcomes in mind that you would be looking for?
I was thinking about potentially having like an audit or something similar for off-coming students. So, for example, like in halls, there's a turnover in February and November, so maybe having separate audits that go out for them. Obviously, naturally, ideally there'd be one at the end of the academic year, as that's when most committee positions come off. And then that feedback could then be facilitated and relayed on to the next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer.
Okay, and a point that I think, Anushka, you touched on earlier, but this is a question for both of you. Welfare and diversity has sometimes been perceived as a little cliquey and exclusive from the outside, which could put people off from becoming involved. The committees in the last couple of years have struggled to tackle this. So what will you both pledge to do to tackle this and make the section more inclusive and welcoming for everyone? And I'll start with you, Valen.
First of all, I think that's a very valid point, and I think we should consider, of course, the voices of minority, but also the voice of majority. They're both important, and they should be both considered when the Welfare and Diversity section is doing its work. I think that we should start engaging with students more. We should start creating fun events, creating engaging events, so that we can cater to various students and to various interests and various possibilities. I personally would love to see the Welfare and Diversity family with more volunteers and in specific make students understand how important is the role of a volunteer, in which you can not only help someone, but you can also change the life of someone, especially if those people are going through a mental health crisis, disability problem, reports of abuse, reports of neglect. The role of a volunteer can be is so important for the university. We really need to find a way to make all people understand that volunteering is fundamental for the equality of within the university.
How about yourself?
So I think that fun events and things that Valen's mentioned already do exist. So looking at the current associations and their subcommittees, on the most part, a lot of them are filled, which suggests to me that people do want to volunteer with us. I think relaying on sort of touching on what I've mentioned before, I think we have to look at whether this outside perception is coming from within the section or outside the section. If it's coming within the section, then we need to look at, like I've mentioned, collaborating again with associations to reach a wider range of students and cover as many students who might feel like they can't go to certain committees, for example. And then if this is within another section of LSU and another section perceives the Welfare and Diversity section as a whole as cliquey, then what we can do is absolutely collaborate with other sections to ensure that we are, again, reaching volunteers that aren't in our immediate base of volunteers, because I know a lot of students will have allegiances, so to say, with certain sections of the union. So I think collaboration with that will really help. And also, as I've mentioned earlier in the interview about having a welfare and diversity showcase similar to what Enterprise had before Christmas, I think that would help make people familiar with the work we do and why we do it, because during the away days, the first set of away days that we had before the academic year started, a lot of us, we all had an exercise where we all spoke about why we're here, why we want to be here, and it was very touching and very personal. And I think that this could be extended to the wider base of welfare and diversity volunteers and potentially other sections, so people know why we're here for a good purpose, and to be personable and to be charismatic, and I think that goes a really long way.
Okay, and another question on your manifesto, Anushka. How will you ensure, as you say, that there is diversity and representation among staff that work alongside these student groups?
Of course. So I don't think this would be my sole responsibility. Later on in my manifesto, I've mentioned the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, who will be appointed hopefully by the start of my term or Valen's term. And I think that would be a key figurehead that I would work with to ensure that there is diversity among the staff force that we have at Loughborough University.
So how would you ensure at a strategic level that the diversity of both staff and board members is prioritised?
I think we can look at current frameworks that currently exist and current policies to ensure that it encompasses all people, all backgrounds of different groups of students, not students, staff. So yeah, that's probably what I would say.
So would you say you commit to improving the future exec's diversity?
Absolutely. I think positive discrimination is something that I thought heavily about when writing this manifesto point, and that is absolutely not the point of my manifesto. And we can't force people to volunteer if they don't want to. But I think, yeah, having a long-term strategy similar to my manifesto point about having long-term diversity among our staff force would be something that I could also translate into the executive officers. But I don't think that would be something that I could do immediately, but instead would be a long-term plan of mine. Absolutely.
Okay, and I believe we're now going to go down to the piazza where Ellie is joined with Alex for a question down there.
Hi, Rach. Yes, I am joined with Alex Marlowe, who is the current Welfare and Diversity EO, and he's been doing it for 2 years now. And Alex, I believe you've got a question for our candidates.
Yes, I do. Firstly, very well done to you both so far. Keep it up. My question is, we sometimes get asked to expand welfare and diversity to include more groups, such as carers, people with lower socioeconomic positions, or specifically men. How will you base your response to future requests to include more groups in the welfare and diversity section?
Great, so I'll start with you, Anushka.
That's a really good question. I think looking at the current Welfare and Diversity Committee that we have at the moment, I think we need to ask ourselves the question of how many roles are too many. Do we have a new role for carers, like Alex has mentioned, or for people of different socioeconomic backgrounds? And obviously I would consult with the current Welfare and Diversity Committee about this and how they would feel. And I think it really is important to have these groups represented. If not, then this could perhaps be translated into a subcommittee and these becoming subcommittee roles. So, for example, carers carers, for example, could fall under another association. So instead of expanding the Welfare and Diversity Committee, it could instead be translated into a subcommittee role.
How about yourself?
I agree with Anushka. I think that we need to consider how many roles are too many, although I do understand those people in those situations and in which they just think, oh, the LSU is not representing me. Why don't I have my association? I would love to volunteer as an example, as a carer, or do something for people for low socioeconomic backgrounds. Why can't I? I honestly think that if any person thinks this specific idea, of course, if I get elected, I will be very happy to actually have a chat with them, see what we actually can work on, see if we can actually establish something, certain volunteers tackling certain specific issues. It is also true that, as Anushka said, certain sections might be becoming subgroups of other existing roles. As an example, carers might go into cash, or carers might also go into the DSN. Is that I do understand that too wider LSU or a too wider Welfare and Diversity Association might be confusing. I think one of the problems of the Welfare and Diversity Association at the moment is also that we have sometimes so many events, so many groups, so many subgroups, so many possibilities that people get lost into them, and we need to consider that before opening another committee or subcommittee.
What do you think on that?
Absolutely. I think we need to make sure that we don't have too many roles and we're not stretching ourselves too thin by having too many committee members. And obviously, as an EO, it is the prime responsibility to ensure that we are looking after each association, each officer. So I think, yeah, definitely having careful consideration about how many roles are potentially too many.
Okay, Valen, we'll move back over to your manifesto. You state that you're going to lobby the university on their campus facilities to prioritise COVID-19 disruption. Have they not already been doing this anyway?
Let's say it depends which facilities you're looking at. In my role in the LGBT Association, I'm actually trying to do that too. I don't want to go into details because it's private information, but not all facilities at the moment are going back to the power structure or the workers that they had before COVID. And I think, although I do understand that people are humans and COVID was a great challenge for all facilities, I also do understand the students that are struggling at the moment and maybe they need help with their mental health or with their physical health, or they need help with their university career. So I just want to find a compromise so that facilities are at their best again and we can actually help them to go even to a better degree of work that was what we was before COVID, and so that students can have a best experience and so they can also trust the university a bit more maybe, and the LSU especially. And I want to also make people understand that whatever the LSU does, although it's in the shadow, as Anushka said, it's happening and it's having a real impact on the students. I want to demonstrate that. I want to be on the front line, talking to people, talking to various activists, and I just hope that my determination and my passion are gonna make me able to do the best that I can.
But a commitment to lobby does not guarantee to change.
Yes, I know.
Can you give students something concrete to hold you to with this point?
Yes. So as an example, at the moment I am in contact with Veronica Moore about a certain problem that is happening on campus about the mental and physical health of students. I am hoping that with my work I will be able to increase how facilities are helping students and how they're supporting students as in general. I just would like to make everyone understand that my points of my manifesto come from real life experiences and my concrete work as a volunteer. What I've wrote about my manifesto are not abstract ideas that I thought about. It's the results of my concrete work I've been doing for the LSU Welfare and Diversity section for the past year.
Okay, and Anushka, we'll move over to you. In your manifesto, you say you want to leave behind a legacy that is powerful and meaningful. In your opinion, what legacy do you think welfare currently has, and how do you plan to change this?
Oh, that's a really good question. So what legacy welfare and diversity currently has? I think historically the welfare and diversity section of LSU is already a very powerful and meaningful section. Like I've mentioned before, I think it's really difficult to measure that and quantify it. And a lot of the work that we do does go on behind the scenes. But I think its current legacy is one that nothing is in its final form and it can always be improved on. But I would definitely say that, obviously I'm quite biased, but welfare and diversity as a section to me and to very many students at the moment is a home, and we are a family, and that is something that I want to continue and build on, hopefully if elected next year.
So do you think welfare has a positive legacy in every area? And are there any areas where welfare and diversity can improve on this?
What do you mean by area?
Maybe subsections?
I think being on the committee this year allows me to see what goes on in each association currently in terms of what updates people have in terms of projects that they're working on and a lot of behind the scenes meetings and things. But I wouldn't say by any means any association isn't falling behind or isn't working to its best capacity. I think this year's committee has been really particularly strong, and I don't think any association or officer is particularly falling behind, so to speak.
Okay, and I've just had a social media tweet come in for you both. So they ask, as a disabled person, how will you support disabled people? And I'll start with you, Anushka.
Okay, so to support disabled people at LSU, we need to firstly make sure that our venue is accessible for disabled people, and this is currently being worked on at the moment. The DSN currently have a nightlife scheme for disabled people on nights out. Both lifts are currently, I think, being in progress of being fixed at the moment, and if so, if one breaks down, we have one. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but in the case that it does, we have 2 functional lifts or 1 functional lift that will cater to wheelchair users or anyone with any other hidden disability. So yeah, that's how I would support.
And how about yourself?
I agree with Anushka. There are many areas in which the LSU is currently lacking with accessibility in the LSU. As an example, the lifts. But the lifts is not the only problem, it's just one of the first ones, and is one of the most superficial ones. Another example, there is another example of a superficial one. There is no ramp within the lounge. If you want to go on the, I don't know what's it called, but if you want to go up on the, no, it's not a gate.
Platform?
Yeah, the platform. Yeah, if you want to go on the platform within the lounge, there is no ramp. How can a person that is on a wheelchair or has a motor disability go on the ramp? Can they sing at LSU karaoke? Why can't they go on the ramp? Another example, currently the LSU always has very loud music within the working hours. And first of all, I think it can, students find it just very annoying. I've personally heard about people just complaining about the music being too loud, being too nightclubby, and that it's even worse for people that have that are now neurodivergent. What about autistic people? What about people with ADHD that already might have problem concentrating, and then there is that constant loud music around them. It just makes things worse. Another wider issue of the LSU and disabled people is that I think there is a severe lack of representation of disabled people. And the SN is doing their best, and I deeply appreciate what they're doing. I think they're such hard workers, and whatever they're doing for disabled people is greatly impacting the life that disabled students are having at the moment. But I think we can do better. I would love to personally talk with some disabled people, and I have people in the committee of the SN are currently parking of my campaign team, and one of the reasons why I chose them is also because I want to hear from those voices. I want to understand what are the wider issues of disabled people, and I want to create a community within them. I want to make them understand that I'm there for them if they always want to talk or express any concern.
And one more question for you, Valen, on your manifesto.
Yeah.
You want to bring in welfare and diversity drop-in sessions.
Yeah.
This has been done by nearly all previous welfare and diversity EOs with very little success. How will you ensure these sessions are useful to students and not a waste of time?
First of all, I want to make them fun and engaging. I think a good quality of myself is that I have a good charisma, and I'm always good at making people engage with what I do. This is already something I've been doing with the GT Association. My social and support group has been thriving recently because of what I'm doing, because of the passion that I put within it. I also want to stress on the fact that those are safe spaces, people can come to me. I'm also a certified mental health first aider, so if anyone comes with either having a mental health crisis or mental health issues, they can come to me and we can work around the problem, see if I can signpost them to any other facility, see if I can give them any tips on how to make their life a bit easier. And I just hope that my strong passion and strong determination are going to make me able to shine and make the welfare and diversity drop-in session tackle wider issues and make people represented.
The Welfare and Diversity Office, though, does already have an open door policy, which is arguably a constant drop-in session. So how would you ensure this manifesto point is enacted in a meaningful way?
So I think that although that policy is present, and you're right, not a lot of students are actually aware of it. And that comes from the fact that myself I wasn't aware of the policy like a couple of months ago. And especially when I had question to ask or concern to raise, I didn't know where to go. I think that one of the main points of my welfare and diversity drop-in session is that they will make students easy to come to me, talk to me, and make them understand when I'm available for them, so that it's a bit more accessible for them to actually come and talk to me, because I think that at the moment, although there is this open door policy, not all the time the Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer is free for students, which I do understand the Welfare and Diversity Officer is very, very busy. But by establishing a certain hour in which students can come to me, it's easier for them to just not waste their time.
And one final question for you both. The Welfare and Diversity role and section are 10 years old this year. What changes would you like to see to LSU and Loughborough University over the next 10 years? And where do you see the section being, if at all, in 2032? And I'll start with you, Anushka.
Wow, that's a really good question. I think hopefully, obviously in 10 years' time, that welfare and diversity is a section that continues to thrive. I think touching on your previous question of having associations for people like carers and people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, I'd hope that there is an association where absolutely any group of student feels welcome and feels part of welfare and diversity. I'd still hope that there is no paywall or any subscription behind the associations and the section, and that it remains accessible and free to all students. Also, I think in terms of accessibility, like we've both touched on, I think I'd like welfare and diversity to go a step further with accessibility. So, for example, having subtitles on all videos and content, and image descriptions and alt text, things like that, and ensuring that every base is covered, no stone is left unturned, and that that welfare and diversity is still here and continues to thrive.
And how about yourself?
Yeah, 10 years. 10 years is a very long time, and many things can be done in 10 years. What I hope for the Welfare and Diversity Association to be doing in the next 10 years is that, first of all, better training, maybe more rigorous training. Second of all, I would like the Welfare and Diversity section to have a bit more activism, more power within the LSU, and also maybe within the Loughborough University. I think what the Welfare and Diversity Association is doing at the moment is very powerful, but many times we are limited in terms of the capacity, the laws we need to follow, the resources we have, the people we can access to, and I would love that these issues can get a bit tackled in the next 10 years. Of course, I don't want to say anything that would sound like a dream, but of course, as being part of a minority myself, I just really hope that the Welfare and Diversity Association is going to be able to fully represent all students across campuses in the next 10 years, so that all minority groups and also the majority of students can feel represented, can feel empowered, and can have their voices heard.
Amazing. So I think that's all we've got time for in terms of welfare and diversity today. So now we're just going to go to the 30-second closing statements. So I'll start with you, Valen.
Okay. Thank you very much for listening. And in the next couple of days, thank you very much if you are voting for me. I just want to make you understand that whatever I'm doing at the moment comes from my heart. I have been doing this with burning passion because I know what it means to be a struggling student. I am doing this because I want to change the LSU. I want to change how sometimes things work here, because I have been on the part of those students, and I understand when students feel like they haven't been heard, because it's also sometimes what happened with me.
Great, and your turn.
Thank you. So obviously welfare and diversity matters go beyond the 30-minute time frame that we have, and I hope within this time frame that I've convinced you why I'm the most suitable candidate for the role. As I previously mentioned, my extended manifesto is able to view on my Instagram, which is at Anushka for Welfare. If you have any further questions or you'd like to challenge me on anything that I've said this afternoon, then please feel free to do so. And yeah, even if you don't vote for me, I sincerely hope that you do vote in these elections and you use your student voice, as every vote counts. Thank you so much.
Great, so that's all we've got time for the welfare and diversity candidate interviews. And I'm now going to pass down to Ellie and hopefully Alex, who's downstairs in the piazza.
Hi Rachel, thank you. I am once again joined by Alex Marlowe, who is the current Welfare and Diversity EO. You've obviously been in the role for 2 years. You're very good at the role. What did you think about those candidates, and do you think they're strong enough to fill your shoes?
Well, I think I'm getting a little bit stale now, so I think it's about time to have some fresh ideas into the section and into the role. And I really appreciate what both candidates have showed off in today's Soapbox. I think they have strengths in different areas, and the crucial thing is that it is a fresh perspective, which I'm really pleased to have seen demonstrated today.
And do you think that there's anything in particular that stood out for you that either candidate said either during their manifesto or during Soapbox today?
Well, one thing that I'm really impressed to hear from both of the candidates is how much importance they place on listening to students and listening to minority students. You know, we are in our 10th year of the section, of the role, and we do need to be thinking about how we're platforming the views properly of those who don't always have access to platform their views. And I heard both from both candidates, so I was really pleased to see that.
And is there anything that you would like to see be put into the section that maybe you didn't get round to putting into this year?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots. You know, it's a limited amount of time that you have coming into this role, and time moves quickly. So I would think if either one of them could do just one of their ideas, I think that would be an absolute success. Particularly, I was interested in their answers about, you know, introducing new roles, new associations into the section. Fortunately, that decision might be taken off my desk and may land on one of their desks, but I was really interested to hear their perspective about it, and I'm excited to see where the role in the section goes for the next year.
Amazing. Thank you, Alex. I know you're going to be missed by everyone here. In case you missed their interviews, we have a roundup of what's just happened.
Hello, my name is Valen Olato and I'm running as the next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer.
I hope that the next 30 minutes or so prove to you why I should be your next Welfare and Diversity Executive.
What one issue do you both believe the university can improve on when it comes to the treatment of students?
An issue that I think is currently happening at the moment is trust. I personally feel that many students don't trust LSU so much.
Anushka, can you give me an example of a student opportunity you want to develop?
We see within RAG and Action and Enterprise in terms of having a welfare and diversity showcase.
And Valen, on your manifesto, you state that you want to bring back COGS. Whilst this idea has already been adopted, do you have an alternative idea to help bring back more cultural and diverse events into the LSU?
So the fact that COGS is coming back, I think it's a wonderful opportunity. It's also a wonderful opportunity to understand what the LSU has done wrong in the past.
How would you go about actually finding those students to be able to speak to them?
Honestly, I could also just try to go to their meeting, trying to approach them, trying to be friendly, trying to be engaging.
I think it's really important to promote the work that we do, and I think a lot of it, like I've mentioned before, is relatively invisible.
And how will you ensure, as you say, that there is diversity and representation among staff that work alongside these student groups?
Of course. So I don't think this would be my sole responsibility. Later on in my manifesto, I've mentioned the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, who will be appointed hopefully by the start of my term or Valen's term. And I think that would be a key figurehead that I would work with.
Another wider issue of the LSU and disabled people is that I think there is a severe lack of representation of disabled people.
Hello, I am joined by Valen, who is one of our candidates for Welfare and Diversity. So how did you find that? Daunting?
Very stressful, but I've done it, so that's the important thing.
It's done now. You can enjoy the rest of your day.
I can go home, sleep for the whole day, like it's done.
I bet you feel like you need a sleep. How many days into campaigning is it now?
Oh my God, I can't count anymore, honestly.
How's your campaign going so far? What more can we expect to see?
Honestly, it's going great. I've been very passionate about what I'm doing. I love talking to students. I love them making questions to me. I love hearing their voices, and they're helping me a lot into the campaign. I've seen them smiling, and I'm seeing them engaging with what I'm doing, and I just think it's what making even more. It's making me very proud of myself, and yeah.
You should be proud. Running for this, it takes a lot, and the amount of time and effort that goes into it.
Yeah.
Memes are a huge part of your campaign. Sorry to change up the language real quick, but I loved the Among Us meme. I played a lot of Among Us in the past.
Among Us.
Have you got any more memes lined up for us?
Yes, like a whole folder, 30 memes that will be coming.
30 memes.
No. But don't worry, I'm gonna have serious talks because I'm a serious candidate and I'm very passionate about what I'm doing. I just love memes. I love people. I love making fun. No, not of the people. I love when I make people laugh. I love being fun. I love just being very determined about what's myself. And I also think that memes can be a very powerful tool.
They definitely can. They definitely can. I've done a module in it in my degree. Well, thank you very much. It's not easy, so well done.
No worry. Thank you really much.
Now I would like to bring on Anushka, if you could. Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
How are we?
I'm okay. I'm feeling good.
Feeling good?
Yeah.
Stressful?
Yeah.
It's done now though,
Yeah.
so it's okay.
Hardest
You can
part's
kind of
over.
breathe.
Yeah.
Off to the pub.
Yeah, maybe.
What more can we expect to see from your campaign this week? I know you've already done quite a bit.
I'd like to be posting more TikToks, hopefully.
Do love a TikTok.
I think they really strike the hearts of the people.
It's so new, TikTok. Like,
yeah,
previous years probably haven't used TikTok, but
no,
now.
absolutely. I think I'd also like to build on some of the things that I've obviously said in my soapbox. I think some of my answers definitely could have been developed a bit more. So I'd definitely like to expand on some of the things that I've touched on today to hopefully encourage people to vote for me. So, yeah.
And I saw that you went cheerleading the other day. Is that right?
Yeah.
You're not part of cheer, are you?
No. Do I? No.
I was going to say you look like a natural.
Thank you.
Did you get thrown up in the air
I
at
did.
all?
So I was a flyer, and I was quite scared about being a flyer, but I didn't get dropped, which was great.
No accidents.
I'm still here in one piece. So yeah, no, it was really good fun, and it was really lovely to get involved and meet the cheer students. So yeah.
Anything else lined up this week? Any songs?
No. My housemate was like to me, if there's one thing that you don't do a song. So yeah, but hopefully TikToks will be
amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So now we've heard from our welfare and diversity candidates, we're heading over to LCR for Soapbox Extra, where they were giving a roundup of what we've seen so far.
LCR. This is the Soapbox Extra. Come on.
Welcome to Soapbox Extra with myself, Charlotte Allett, and we have got the wonderful Alex Marlowe here, the current Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer. How are you doing?
That's very kind. Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you, Charlotte?
Good, yeah, really, really good. It's been a great day so far. How is it being on the soapbox again, but on this side and not in the hot seat? How is that?
Well, it's a lot less stressful, even if I am nervous for everybody else appearing on the soapbox. I remember I've had the let's go fortune to have done it twice, and the second time wasn't easy either. You know, the spotlight is on you. People are expecting your manifesto to be destroyed and ripped to shreds.
Oh no!
And yeah, the pressure is on. But I think everybody, if they can just remember that if the soapbox goes well, that's fantastic. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. The campaign still carries on and voting opens tomorrow.
This is the thing as well. They've done so much other campaigning and stuff. They will be fine, and they've all done so well. How would you, if you had to sum up how the candidates are probably feeling right now, what words would you use to describe it?
Well, the ones that have finished probably feel really drained now. They have put everything, I'm sure, into their 30, 40 minutes of being in the spotlight. For those who haven't yet to come up yet, I can imagine the adrenaline is pumping.
Yeah.
Maybe going last minute round their opening and closing speeches and thinking, what on earth could I be torn apart for? So I'd say I feel better for the ones who have just finished their soapboxes.
Oh, bless them. It's a long day for them. Like you said, it's a long day. What do the next few days look like for the candidates between they've done soapbox and you've got results night coming up on Wednesday? What do the next few days look like? What can we expect?
Well, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more content from all the candidates. You know, they've been able to give us a little bit of a tease, introduction to who they are and what they stand for. The soapbox is the real big sort of time to go, right, we're going into the nitty-gritty now, the detail. We'll have people on Twitter asking you questions. We'll have other people asking you questions and looking into who you are and what you stand for. So I think from now we're going to see people being a lot more, on it every single day, every single hour. And my advice is that it's for a limited amount of time, and yes, it's a draining amount of time, but if you can just commit yourself every hour that you possibly can, it will be done soon, and you will be able to feel satisfied that you have left no stone unturned.
Yeah, it quite literally is the final countdown. They're at the final push, isn't it? They've done the hard bit really now. They've done it.
You're right.
But speaking of candidates, let's recap who we've had so far this evening. We have had the sports EOs. We've had Ben Clubb and Sam Woodland. We've had the education EOs, Adam Heseltine and Alice Robinson. And we've also had welfare and diversity just now, Anushka Johnson and Valen Lolato. And we've had some really strong interviews this afternoon, for sure. Really, really strong. And where they're doing the interviews is just around the corner from the studio here. And I don't know about you, but I'm glad that I'm in here and not in there with Rachel. As lovely as she is, I'm glad that it's not me having those interview questions today. I know you spoke with Ellie downstairs, but any highlights from today? What has been particularly good? Like, what's your favourite thing about Soapbox Day? I know it's stressful, but...
Yeah, my favourite thing is seeing everybody dressed up for what is essentially a job interview, but much, much more heightened. And everybody to be aware that everybody's looking at them, the cameras are on them. I kind of love... My background is drama and theatre. And it really is the epitome of all the world's a stage. You have got to perform at your absolute best during this time, and I just love everybody thinking, yes, I am going to do my absolute best to demonstrate that I am the best for the role, and that's the most exciting thing for me.
It's fun, isn't it? It's really, really fun, because you can be quite, like you said, dramatic. You've got the world to kind of do your campaign, and it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I was disappointed that the sports execs, they haven't got their songs out. They're talking about releasing these songs. I would be playing these right now. I'm not sure what angle they're going to go for.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one to go whether you front load the song or you do it after the soapbox. I think all candidates have demonstrated that they've got a good professional side to them with the soapbox, so they can let their hair down with a bit of a song if they have one.
Are we going to get a power ballad, a rap? I don't know. I'm not sure where we're going to go with it, but I'm excited to see. Talk to me a bit more about welfare and diversity, though. What is a day in the life of a welfare and diversity executive officer like?
Oh gosh, well, it can be quite varied. As I said, I think in the introduction video, because you've got the three sides. You've got the section, yes, which is very important, but not your entire focus. You've got being the lead student representative for equity, diversity and inclusion to the university. And then you are also really the only person within this organisation, the Students' Union, with that EDI focus. So the day is quite varied, and you can do a mix of all those things. Or indeed, because the Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer is a visible person to come and speak to, you could have someone coming in with a really difficult experience and you take that, and that's the most important thing in the moment. So it's very varied, it's challenging, but I know I've gained so much from it, and I'm really excited to see one of the candidates step into the role, because they're going to get so much from it too.
Yeah, I feel like it's every day's different. You can't predict it. It's a bit of an open-ended question, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't predict these things, can you? What are you going to miss most about being a part of the Students' Union?
If you want to set me off crying, you've asked the right question.
No, if you cry, I'll cry.
Well, I'd say two big things. First thing, and arguably the biggest one, is working with Alison, the staff support for welfare and diversity. She is the mother figure embodied. She has seen the section from it being a baby to being, a behemoth right now.
Yeah.
And working with her is a pleasure. And the second thing is the volunteers, the people. It's kind of cliche, but they really make the section. They help me do my job. As I said, I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
The communities have the experiences, and I just feed in and platform those views. So I'm going to miss that, but I think it's time for some new blood to come in and take it over.
That's the thing. You've done your time. You've got what you need to get. But like I said, ready to hand over to some really impressive candidates like we've got. For anyone out there who is unsure who to vote for, what makes a good welfare and diversity candidate? What should we be looking for?
The thing that I would recommend you look for is, where is the philosophy, where are the values? Because, I hate to sort of break it, and as much as the soapbox is the thing which tests your knowledge, operational things and bits of knowledge can be picked up, they can be learned. I would say, who is the person that has the values, the philosophy that you can really feel embodied within to take those things forward? Because if they don't know one thing or the other, it can be learned. If they made some mistakes in the soapbox, it's not the end of the world, they can learn that. Who has got the innate skills and qualities to make them a good person?
Yeah, that inner drive, like you said, welfare and diversity as well, especially, they're there to help people.
Yep.
As long as they're willing to learn, surely.
Absolutely.
That's what you need, isn't it? That's what you need. Anyway, let's talk voting. How do we vote? How do we get our votes in for the candidates that we want? So just for everyone listening, it's all done online on the LSU website, and if you go on there, you can check out all their manifestos. Any other questions, anything you've forgotten from today, go on there, have a look, remind yourself, fill yourself in. The voting opens tomorrow at 9 a.m. and closes on Wednesday at 4 p.m. and you have the single transferable vote. And just remember as well, if you don't think any of the candidates are suitable, we have got Ron, which is available to pick as well. And means reopen nominations. If you can't decide, if you're not sure who to go for, that is always the option as well. And if you weren't aware, results night is Wednesday at 8 p.m. and LSU Media will be streaming it all live for you as well again. Talk me through your results night last year. How did you celebrate?
Oh gosh, the year when I was elected, I remember when I was sat down in their position.
Back in my day.
God, I really do feel like that. At my results day, we had it outside because everything had to be socially distanced still.
Of course, yeah.
We had a sort of makeshift stage, which was actually pretty nice, and we were all sat on those picnic benches that sort of epitomised that time. And we were all sat apart from each other. I had my core campaign team there and my beloved partner, Chris, who sat on the bench with us. And then you're called up. And if you're contested, as I was in my second year, as these candidates are, you can't call it. Right up until the minute it's announced on stage, you're thinking, I don't know. Have I done enough? Has the other person done more than me? And you get there, and I was very fortunate that my name was announced, and I thought, bloody hell. I worked so hard, put so much into that, and it's over, and then you just collapse afterwards, metaphorically and in reality, because you put so much into it. It's an exciting time, but it's a bloody nerve-wracking time as well.
It's an incredibly intense, it's a fairly short campaign period, isn't it?
It is.
Very intense. Like, you'd be shattered, wouldn't you? I can't imagine.
Yeah, you would. It really is a sprint, not a marathon.
Yeah.
Which is why, maybe it's not the best advice, but because candidates need to sleep and they need to recover, absolutely. But the 100% of yourself that you can give to this period is the only appropriate amount that you can give, because it's going to be over very soon, and you will kick yourself silly if you think, if only I'd done more in this regard.
Yeah.
If you are giving your 100%, that is the only thing that we can expect from you, and whichever way it goes, you've done your best.
This is the thing. It's all you can ask of someone, isn't it? And it looks like they have a lot of fun as well. As stressful as it seems, it looks like a lot of fun.
It is.
Any final words of wisdom for the candidates to take away? Not just welfare and diversity. What do you think is important to know?
So I've said it a lot, but really do leave no stone unturned. Be unscrupulous with your approach for the rest of campaigning. The crucial time is going to approach. Voting will be open, so everything up till now you've only been telling people to look on the website when you get a chance. People might not remember to do that. The thing about when voting opens, that is really the critical time. So leave no stone unturned. Do absolutely everything that you've thought about doing, and do it well.
Yeah, it's the now, right here, right now, honestly. But thank you so much for coming in and having a little chat. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Are you sticking around? Are you watching the rest of the
I'm
interviews?
watching all of them, Charlotte.
Love that.
I'm loving being on the other side for once.
The lack of stress. I'm sure blood pressure is much lower today. But what we're going to do now, we're going to cross back down to Ellie to get the details about the Democracy and Communities candidates. But thank you so much again, Alex.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Welcome back to the Soapbox 2022. We are heading straight into hearing from your Democracy and Communities EO candidate, who is running solo, Daniel Smith.
Hi, I'm Danny, and I'm running to be your first Democracy and Communities Executive Officer. I want to give the power back to the students. My first manifesto point is making sure that all staff in LSU are accountable, making sure that their decisions put you at the heart. My second manifesto point is to overhaul democracy, to make sure that your voice matters. Finally, I want to build better relations with the university to make sure that all students get the best out of their time at Loughborough. I'm Danny Smith, and make sure to vote for me on the 7th to 9th of March to be your first Democracy and Communities Executive Officer.
So that is your candidate for Democracy and Communities Executive Officer. And remember, if you don't think any candidate is suitable for any of the roles, you can decide to vote RON, which stands for Reopen Nominations. Now, here's a look at what the Democracy and Communities Executive Officer is responsible for.
The role is the Democracy and Communities Executive Officer. This role entails quite a large spread of things compared to the other roles. It covers halls and HSF, you sit on university councils, you deputise for the president. You sort of pick up a lot of different things, discipline within the union, venue and commercial, you're involved in that as well. And yeah, you sit on Democracy and Representation Committee, which deals with elections and all the democracy within the union. So yeah, it's a huge amount of responsibility. Some days I've got disciplinary hearings with students, other days I sit in meetings with students about democracy, about elections, a whole host of things, meetings with the other executive officers and section chairs to make sure we're doing the best for our students. My favourite part of the role is probably the unpredictability of it and the different things I do every single day. This role is important because it's sort of the glue that holds the exec team together a bit, just because of the spread of sections you get involved in and just all the different parts of the union that you have to sort of like oversee and be the student lead and representative on. Be as resilient as you can be. It can be really good fun, but also really challenging and difficult at times, even with students, permanent staff members, university. So yeah, just be resilient. It's worth it.
Now we're on to the big ones, starting with democracy and communities, and I'm here with your candidate, Danny Smith. So, Danny, your 60-second opening statement, please.
Hi, I'm Danny, and I'm running to be your LSU's first Democracy and Communities Executive Officer. I'm running to give the power back to the students. I propose to do this by my manifesto, my first point, which is increasing accountability to make sure that all decisions made by LSU put you at the heart. My second manifesto point is to overhaul democracy, to make sure that your voice matters and that you have a union that you are proud of. My final point is to increase relations with the university to make sure that you get the best out of your extracurricular and your academics at Loughborough. I have had a wealth of experience across LSU, being hall chair, sitting on the DSF Exec and sitting on the Democracy and Representation Committee. So I have all the experience necessary for this position.
Great. So we'll have a look at your manifesto to start with. So in your manifesto, you heavily mention a need to overhaul democracy at LSU. What does this look like to you?
So a great instance of why democracy needs to be overhauled is the exec election. So going back to the election before I came to Loughborough, there was 6,000 votes cast in that election. Last year, granted it was a smaller scale election because of COVID, however there was less than 2,000 votes cast, which just shows that the students really are losing interest in the democracy at Loughborough. Another instance is the Ideas Forum and LSU's attitude towards that. So again, going back to exec, there was 3 proposals put on there about the exec restructure. One of those proposals, none of the proposals, they set the quota at 300 votes. One of the proposals received about 40, one of them received -10, and one of them received about -80. The 2 that had -10 and about 50 both went through. Massively should not have gone through, regardless of people's personal stance. The students didn't like those ideas, they proved they didn't like those ideas, but LSU decided to run with it.
And on to the point about the voting, you said about the elections a minute ago. Do you think it's relevant when you say that votes have dropped by 70% from 2019 to 2021, when this has included the eradication of door knocking, which we know stopped in 2018, obviously COVID, as you mentioned, and an entirely digital election? Can you say that they're comparable?
No, I suppose that is something to acknowledge, as I just have. However, even just looking at the year 2019 to 2020, there was 2,000 vote drop-off. And it's not just the exec elections. Through halls, every type of election that LSU hosts has had a massive decline. You know, the year before I came to Loughborough, hall elections received, my hall, Bakewell, received 250 votes. The election I just held, we struggled to hit 100. So democracy across Loughborough is waning, and it's something that we cannot afford to lose as students, because if we lose democracy, we lose our power to say what LSU should stand for.
So how would you encourage candidates to stand for positions then, and what alternatives to door knocking would you propose that gives students the same interaction with the electorate?
So, can you repeat the first part of the question, sorry?
How would you encourage more candidates to stand for positions?
Yeah.
And then what alternatives to door knocking would you propose that gives the students the same interaction with the electorate?
So obviously I'm running for democracy, and I think if anyone would like to be contested, it would be me, because that proves that the democracy is working. So it is understanding why people feel disenfranchised with running for these positions, what's putting people off it, and trying to rectify those issues. The second part of the question about how would you increase people's knowledge of the election and things like that. For the exec elections in particular, as part of my manifesto, I would propose last year, LSU Media made kind of like a short snippet clip of everyone and their like short manifesto points. I would propose that video be made every year and to be shown at the beginning of at least one lecture to every student at Loughborough, so everyone's aware of the election that's going on. That would also mean that candidates would have to appeal to a wider student audience, including postgraduates, foundation students, undergrads, minority groups. Everyone would have to be covered by those manifestos, meaning that people would be more likely to get interested as well.
So we know that when a role is contested, it's statistically proven to increase voting numbers. Why would you suggest no one else has gone for the role that you've gone for?
What I have heard from people who were interested in running for the position is literally the name change. People don't want to be known as Democracy and Communities Executive Officer. They wanted to run for Vice President, and that has put people off.
And engagement in elections and union democracy across the board has steadily fallen over the last couple of years. This is not just an exec elections problem. So what would you do to rectify this, and why do you think the engagement is dropping?
To rectify it, it's definitely about advertisement. Quite a lot, the elections don't get the advertisement they need, all types of elections. Particularly, I think advertisement across LSU is an issue as well, but things like the chairs and vice chairs of departments, those elections are advertised on like the LSU education page, but not the Loughborough Students' Union page. So you already have to be involved in education and the department committees to then want to run for those positions, because it's not effectively advertised. So advertisement is the huge issue facing why people aren't running.
And you just touched on it there. There's also been a stark decrease in engagement of committee members in halls and departments. How do you plan to get students back involved with the rest of the union outside of exec elections and join its committees?
Again, it's showing kind of what they do. Testimonials are always a great way to do that, and kind of just advertisement again. People just don't think about it, and I think that's a massive issue, because it's a great part of what Loughborough do. We have one of the largest student volunteer bases in student unions, and it's about making sure that they feel appreciated and that they want to get involved, and because that will then translate to new volunteers coming in.
What communication methods would you suggest utilising that aren't already being used then?
So, as I said earlier, issues are things like pick a project night and choose a challenge night are advertised on LSU RAG and LSU Action specifically, whereas you already have to be involved in those sections to follow those pages. So those need to be advertised on Loughborough Students' Union, Instagram, Facebook, the wider pages, and then once you're interested in those sections, then you will go and follow those pages and get in. That's how you kind of like get into it's about starting the snowball, I suppose.
With all the information though, do you not worry about information overload, like all of this information being thrown at these students? How do they navigate and find?
I suppose it's about prioritising. Is everything always massively necessary? And so I suppose, obviously, there's a question of, one thing I've noticed is the Loughborough Students' Union posts a lot about dominoes, which obviously is a financial gain for the Students' Union, but could the time that those pages spend on having those posts up, could it be better invested into our students, as that's what the union should be here for?
And we'll move on a little bit then. How do you plan to gain and use the students' voice effectively, ensuring you stay true to both the needs of the LSU and students, even when they may have differing views?
So yeah, you're never going to be able to completely agree on everything, as obviously LSU has to also consider its financial obligations. However, things that will go to the student body, like I brought up this ideas forum earlier, that was decided that the students didn't support it, but LSU still went with it. There's no reason why LSU had to go with it. They just chose to, which that happened in December when the exec election, which is obviously Loughborough Students' Union's biggest democratic activity of the year, that has just shown this entire student body that does their voice actually matter.
So how will you be an effective voice for the new community leads in more strategic discussions with the executive and the university?
So advocacy is obviously a very important issue, as the community leads will be very busy, and have their own roles. So it's about finding out what they need support-wise from LSU and the university, and making sure that I go into those strategic meetings and advocate for them effectively and show what they need.
And in the past, it's been difficult to manage the priorities of Loughborough against LSU. How would you ensure your voice is heard when it may be hard to get your views across?
Loughborough is in the university.
Loughborough as in the university, yeah.
Okay. So again, as we mentioned earlier, the union and university will have differing opinions and different goals at different points. However, it's about building effective relationships with key stakeholders in the university. So Manuel Alonso, who's the Director of Student Services, Richard Taylor, who's the Chief Operating Officer, and obviously the VC, Nick, making sure that those relationships are set up so that we can recognise when we have different goals, but make sure that when we are meeting, we can come to an agreement that is best for the entire student body.
And you've noted in your manifesto that HSF has a strong relationship with the university that is perhaps not extended to the LSU. Which aspects of this relationship are you looking to tackle and improve, and how will these improvements contribute to the student experience?
Could you repeat the question, sorry?
Absolutely. You've noted in your manifesto that HSF has a strong relationship with the university that is perhaps not extended to LSU. Which aspects of this relationship are you looking to tackle and improve, and how will these improvements contribute to the student experience?
Okay, so I suppose it's about having a good working relationship with the university. As we mentioned earlier, we are going to have different objectives at different times. However, when we come together for key events such as Freshers, obviously the council is involved in that, and that's an issue that the union and the university need to come together effectively to govern. Particularly communications with hall wardens as well. They're under the university, whereas hall chairs kind of sit in between the university and union. So making sure that there's an effective link, that everyone is kept in the loop about what's going on. And that would improve student experience by just making sure that kind of everyone knows what's going on. Because if everyone is aware of what's happening, we can have a united front to make sure that we are providing the best experience for our students.
And what do you see your first 3 months in the role looking like in relation to your manifesto points? How are you going to tackle the issues addressed quickly and maintain momentum throughout the rest of the year?
So my third manifesto point, improving relations with the university. I already have good relationships with the key stakeholders, as I've already previously mentioned. So it's just about taking that away from my experience as hall chair and putting it into the new position if I was elected. Democracy, that one would go on the back burner because the first 3 months are primarily around freshers and stuff, so there isn't any democratic activity really going on in that period. However, increasing accountability would start straight away, making sure that everyone is aware that things that could have happened in the past are not acceptable anymore in LSU. So I would start with my internal assessment that I mentioned in my manifesto of the performance review procedure straight away. I've already started speaking to HR about how those procedures look. So yeah, it's kind of just hitting the ground running, as I already have some of these links to the important people that would be able to assist me in those positions.
And I believe we're now going to go down to the piazza where Ellie has a question with Charlotte.
Hi, thank you, Rachel. I am joined by Charlotte Style, who is the current Vice President of the LSU. So, Charlotte, what is your question to Danny?
So my question is, what are your views on the student union discipline policy, as enforcing this will be a significant part of your role? How do you see this moving forward?
So I suppose starting, I think the discipline policy needs to be better advertised. So people have been kicked out of the union for things that they didn't realise, such as throwing VK bottles, which was only advertised on the Instagram story. And that is ban-worthy from LSU. So it's about advertising the discipline policy. Obviously, I don't have a copy of the discipline policy, but it's something that I would look at if I was able to come into the role. But I would feel comfortable implementing anything that the policy said, as I have dealt with disciplinary issues during my time at Loughborough from like committee members and stuff in halls, etc.
Do you think the union takes the right approach to student discipline currently? Like, so do you, for example, do you think a VK bottle throw is worth a ban? Or
I think,
what are your thoughts on that?
As long as it's effectively advertised what the rules are, then yes. If students, obviously there's certain things that it shouldn't need to be said that is ban-worthy, such as narcotic use. But things that could be kind of a grey area need to be solidified up for the student body.
And I think you touched on it earlier. In your manifesto, you say you have a plan to increase accountability at LSU.
Yeah.
How do you plan to achieve this?
So the first thing would be looking at the performance review procedures. So currently, my understanding from speaking to the HR people at the union, it's the line managers who conduct the performance review procedures, which makes sense. However, I also think there needs to be an added element of student-led performance reviews in the form of executives sitting in on those meetings to make sure that the goals and the staff are working towards student-orientated issues.
So why do you feel the need to address this issue with problem staff? Like, do you think this is an appropriate thing for a manifesto, particularly as the management of staff doesn't reside within the remit, like within your remit?
Sorry, I need to be careful about what I say because of confidentiality. I think it is something that needs to be dealt with. I think too often executive officers I've seen since I've come to Loughborough come in and kind of get bullied a little bit by permanent staff, especially in the executive officer changeover period, when they can come in and feel a bit too scared to step on people's toes. So I think it's about making sure that we are pushing that under the CEO of Loughborough, the executive officers are next.
So how do you see the transition period in the next handover then, should you be elected?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I definitely think we need to have a conversation with Freya and Charlotte and the rest of the executive, figure out what went well this year, what didn't go so well, and kind of make a strategy plan using their knowledge and our fresh ideas to kind of help integrate the new executive as they move on.
And you also mentioned in your manifesto wanting to make exec officers more accountable,
Yeah.
but don't say how. So how would you propose doing this?
Oh, so my extended manifesto, it would come in kind of a student forum idea. I know that has happened in the past, however, and there was low engagement with it. However, with things like Loughborough scenes and the pressure put on LSU about COGS, it shows there's a real desire for students to get involved and hold staff accountable and executive officers. So currently, the kind of performance review of executive officers is based on DRC, on the performance review committee. However, DRC is a select group of very involved students in the LSU, so I think kind of more of a one-time thing where it'd be a regular thing, but where the students could come one time if they have a concern or an issue to bring up, would be more appealing to the wider student base, and so that you don't have to get as involved in LSU as in DRC.
You just mentioned DRC. Obviously, they play an important role in holding the executive to account, a responsibility ascribed to them within the union's governing documents. Do you think this is the most appropriate elected committee to represent the student voice? And if not, why not?
So, I sit on the Democracy and Representation Committee, and they do a really good job at kind of the democracy side, but unfortunately, because it is a group of LSU Kinos, it's not always the most representative group of students. So something I've spoken with to certain staff is they are thinking about bringing in a student council, which would be made up of representatives of from different committees around LSU, to make sure that everyone can kind of get their voices heard, and you don't have to be super involved in LSU to get your voice heard by the executive officers.
So what would your plans be for DRC? Do you have anything that you would bring that's like a fresh idea to the table? I've noticed you didn't mention it in your manifesto, despite it being a core part of your role.
Yeah, so I do sit on DRC, and I suppose one issue is I do sit on the Performance Review Committee, and I've been sitting on that committee for 4 or 5 months, and I haven't had any performance review meetings. All we got was a document about where the executive officers got to self-assess their progress regarding their manifesto points, and I don't think that is enough. I think they need to be able to sit down with the DRC to go really in depth into it, and then obviously, as I said, with the student kind of forum. So there's different levels. So if you just have one-time concerns, the student forum for you. If you want to get deep into it, it'd be making sure that the DRC, those meetings actually happen.
And we've just had a tweet come in from social media.
Cool.
So as Democracy and Communities Executive Officer, you're the lead on Ideas Forum. Do you think this is being used effectively at the minute?
Yes and no. So one really amazing thing that the Ideas Forum has done this year was Jess Young, who was on my hall committee, put on an idea about getting the lights switched on down by Telford Walk, because that's a very scary place to walk when you're going back home at night. That received 300 upvotes and has been implemented really well by Alex Marlowe, who was the executive officer who was assigned to that. However, again, the Ideas Forum, going back to the exec restructure, it wasn't listened to. So if you're going to put something on the Ideas Forum, you need to make sure it's happening. For instance, like if any other student had put an idea on the Ideas Forum, it wouldn't have gone through. But because executive officers could push it through the Board of Trustees, they decided to do that. So it's kind of, why put it to the democracy if you'd already decided that it was going to happen anyway?
And we'll move on then. This year, since the move to an appointment-based process for community leads, or formerly section chairs, LSU has seen all positions contested with multiple applications, compared to many uncontested positions when following an election-based format. Based on the above, do you think this was the right decision?
I did vote for the change to appointment of section chairs, not considering the fact that it increased engagement, but it was more to give the sections autonomy, because last year when I was hall chair, I obviously helped promote the exec elections, make sure that the voting that my hall was voting, but most students don't really know what's going on with the exec elections, so they just voted for a face rather than what people were standing for. So I think streamlining the exec election to just the executive officers means that more students will be able to take notice, recognise people, recognise their manifestos. So yeah, I do agree that moving to appoint community leads was the right decision.
And looking at the section model, LSU Media has been without paid roles, executive officer, section chair or intern, since 2019 to 20. Do you think media should return to having a paid representative or community lead?
It's a hard thing for me to comment on without being in the finance room. However, I do think there needs to be some really frank discussions with media about media is a section that I'm not massively clued up on, so I don't know kind of the responsibilities, how many hours you have to donate as the media chair to it. Sorry.
I could tell you.
Well, if elected, we will have that conversation and then we will figure out what kind of would fit in to be the best position for LSU to take regarding media chairs.
And how would you ensure LSU Media would be fully integrated and supported within the new student communities model, should you be elected?
Yeah. So I suppose that would be... it's about kind of talking to the media chairs, because I feel sometimes, because it's not a paid position, they can kind of be outcasted by the rest of the section chairs, because they have to have other responsibilities. It's not their full-time job. So it's about making sure that if it's not a paid position, that you can advocate for them when they're not available to be there.
Okay, and at LSU, things are always changing. How will you balance your role and all of its responsibilities alongside the inevitable changes that will arise?
So, yeah, LSU has proven that nothing is ever certain, particularly the last 2 years with COVID and then all the extra changes that have come this year regarding exec and all those sort of things. So I think it's about being flexible, but also about maintaining stances when it's important to. Like my manifesto, if elected, will be coming into place. That's what the students will have elected me to do, so that's what will happen. However, it's also about being flexible on things that can't always happen straight away, or making sure that it's in the pipeline for future work for future execs.
And final question, what would you do differently to Charlotte, the current Vice President?
I think I would focus on being more forward-facing. I think particularly this year because of COVID, Charlotte's had a lot of work kind of behind the scenes and getting that everything back up and running. Whereas I would really enjoy it if I could get across the fountain into the academic buildings, talking to students, finding out what they want and representing them effectively to the union and the university.
Okay, great. I think that's all we've got time for in terms of the Democracy and Communities Executive Officer interview. So we'll now move on to your 30-second closing statement, please.
Hi, I'm Danny and I'm running for Democracy and Communities Executive Officer. I want to give power back to the students, so please make sure to vote for me on the 7th to 9th of March when voting is open. Thank you.
Great, and I'm thinking we're about to pass down again to Ellie, who should be joined with Charlotte down in the piazza.
Hi Rachel, yes, I am joined once again by Charlotte. So, what did you make of our candidate?
Yeah, I think Danny's got a lot of good ideas. I think some may be tricky to implement. However, I'm sure he'll make waves if he gets elected as the new Democracies and Communities EO.
Is there anything in particular about Danny's manifesto or what he's just said during the Soapbox which stood out to you?
I think the relations with the university is a good point. I think especially with things like freshers, it's really important to have a strong link and good relationship with the university, and I think he can really improve on what I've sort of started to build this year.
this role covers a wide range of areas within the LSU, but what would you say are the most important duties that you do, and going forward with the role ever so slightly changing, what's important to be continued?
I think, as Danny mentioned quite a bit, ideas forum and democracy is really important, listening to students and actually being able to implement their ideas, but also have an effective way for them to share their ideas with us. So I think that is a really key thing to work on, which has sort of taken a back burner this year.
What would you say is the most important attribute to have success in this role?
I would say resilience. You come up with a lot of sort of brick walls, be that sort of university staff or students or whatever, financial constraints, and you can get quite a lot of backlash. So I think it's important to have, sort of a good way to deal with that, really, yeah.
You've got to have a strong backbone,
Yeah, exactly.
Well, amazing. Thank you so much, Charlotte.
Thanks.
So in case you guys missed it, for those that are watching, we have a roundup of your democracy and communities candidate.
Danny, and I'm running to be your LSU's first Democracy and Communities Executive Officer.
So in your manifesto, you heavily mention a need to overhaul democracy at LSU. What does this look like to you?
The students really are losing interest in the democracy at Loughborough. And it's not just the exec elections. Through halls, every type of election that LSU hosts has had a massive decline.
So how would you encourage candidates to stand for positions then?
As part of my manifesto, I would propose last year, LSU Media made kind of a short snippet clip of everyone and their short manifesto points. I would propose that video be made every year.
So how will you be an effective voice for the new community leads?
So it's about finding out what they need support-wise from LSU and the universities. So currently, my understanding from speaking to the HR people at the union, it's the line managers who conduct the performance review procedures, which makes sense. However, I also think there needs to be an added element of student-led performance reviews, something that needs to be dealt with. I think too often executive officers I've seen since I've come to Loughborough come in and kind of get bullied a little bit by permanent staff. The students could come one time if they have a concern or an issue to bring up, would be more appealing to the wider student base, and so that you don't have to get as involved in LSU as in DRC.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Clubb.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined with Danny Smith. How did you find that?
I think it went well. There were some very tough questions. Obviously being up there on my own was different. It's scary when it's just Rachel staring into your soul in that meeting room. But yeah, I think it went well on the whole.
How's your campaign going? What more can we expect to see from your campaign this week?
I have absolutely loved everything about campaigning. This is what I love to do, meeting students, talking to you, find out what you want from LSU. So what's coming, I suppose, there might be a little music video coming out at some point.
Is there a cheeky song?
There might be a cheeky song.
I guess you've already done it before, running for hall chair and stuff, so this is just a much bigger scale of it.
Exactly. I think this is my 5th election, so
oh wow,
I'm an old pro at this point.
A massive pro. I want to mention the picture of you almost doing the splits at cheerleading the other day. You nearly got there, to be fair. It's quite impressive.
So I definitely can't do the splits. However,
it's not one of your manifesto points.
No,
so it's okay.
not. Thank God. But I did do a lot of practice. If any of you caught me at the AU lip sync battle for cheerleading's Bootylicious phenomenon. So yeah, I can get semi-low.
So moving on to your proposer and seconder, remind us who they are and why did you pick them?
My amazing proposer and seconder are Ruthie and Lucy. They're both just incredible people, and I know they wanted me to win just as much I want me to win.
Got to back yourself.
They really want to come back to Loughborough next year when they're not students, so they have to really fight for it.
I presume the two that laughed are. Yeah. And apart from them, who could you not have done this week so far without?
Well, it has to be my amazing campaign team, but also my mom, who has been loving every minute of it. She was sending the most cryptic messages on Facebook. She messaged and she was like, I've just bought a new frock and booked a hotel room, but I can't say why till Thursday. All will be revealed.
Oh, bless Bless her. Well, thank you very much, Danny. Well done again for especially doing it on your own. It's daunting as ever, but well done and good luck with the rest of your campaign.
Thank you, Ellie.
And now for the big one. It's time to hear from our presidential candidates. First up, Harry Hughes.
Hello, my name's Harry and I'm running to be your next LSU president. As your president, I'll do many things that support the wider student population. Here are just a few of them. I intend to increase representation for establishing things like a student tenants association to represent those of you in town. I also promise to empower students to stand up against the Students' Union through things like an annual general meeting. And finally, we all know the struggles that student staff face. I want to transform the way we look at student staff to champion them once again. In short, my year as your president will be about you. It's time we reinvest in Loughborough and give back to the students. It's your turn.
And you know it's getting serious. The presidents are wearing suits. So it's time for our second presidential candidate, Sam Branney.
Hi, I'm Sam and I'm running to be your union president. I'm currently studying for my Masters in Finance and I already completed my Bachelor's in Physics. I believe you should vote for me because I'm largely integrated with the LSU. I work with LSU Arts, Loughborough Sports, I work with a lot of societies, and I've even worked for my department, so I have a very clear understanding of how things work here. I'm currently a part of the wheelchair basketball team, and I enjoy every minute of it. I'm running for president because I've had an incredible time here at Loughborough, and I'm hoping you can have the same. I'm Sam Branney, vote for me for president.
So, what does the president really do, I hear you ask? Well, lucky for you, we've got it covered.
So the role of president is that you manage the executive team and the community leads. You also work closely in line with external stakeholders, but also the union director and the university. You're the key figurehead for everything that's going on at the union. A day-to-day basis looks like a lot of firefighting most of the time, but you also do a lot of meetings with the university on long-term planning, and you do a lot of meetings within the union as well, listening to volunteers and working with your team to try and see what you can make the most out of the year. My favourite part about the role is definitely working with the team. It's amazing to see what we've all achieved throughout the short amount of time this year and what we've got planned for the rest of the year. This is such an amazing opportunity, and to see us all working together is something I'm really proud of. This role is incredibly important as you are the figurehead for everything that goes on at the union, but also the opportunity that you have and how much change you can enact is also really big in the year, and the long-term things that you can do within your time as president. My advice for whoever gets the role is definitely be prepared for the unexpected. It's LSU, so anything can happen, so you just have to be on your toes and ready and waiting.
And we're back with the final one of the day, the presidential debate. I'm joined in the studio with Sam and Harry, the two candidates running to be your next LSU president. So let's start with the opening statements. Sam, your 60-second opening statement, please.
Hi guys, I'm Sam. I'm running to be your next union president. My main manifesto points are that I want to increase communication, not just between the union and the students, but between all different sectors of the university. I feel like sometimes you ask a question, someone sends you somewhere else, they send you somewhere else, and it gets muddled up, and I've found myself, I just sort of decide it's not worth it at that point, and I give up. I don't want that to happen to you anymore. The second main point is transparency. If we've got an idea, I want you to know what it is to see if you agree with it. I think it's so important that you are at the helm of what we change. And my final point is student satisfaction. When I arrived, we were first, top of the league table, and I think now we're 7th. Let's push back up there by hearing what you want to do.
Great, and Sam, your 60-second opening statement, please.
Hi, my name's Harry and I'm running to be your next Loughborough Students' Union president. As your president, my priority in my year would be you. I promise to represent you, empower you, and transform the union and student structures that we currently have to better support you. My experiences vary. I've been through so many various areas of the union, and I'm very, very passionate about it. I've enjoyed every single moment of my time here at Loughborough. I've been Mature Students Officer within Welfare and Diversity, Vice President of the Hall Students Federation and Cayley Hall Chair, as well as sitting on the Board of Trustees.
If you go along to my link tree, you will see my manifesto, extended manifesto, which will tell you what I want to do and how I want to do it. Please vote for me to be your next LSU president. It's our union, our turn. Thank you.
Great, thank you both. We'll start off with a question for both of you then. Preserving the tradition and culture here at Loughborough is often something mentioned by presidential candidates. What practices and traditions do you think are valuable here at Loughborough, and what do you think need to change? And I'll start with you, Harry.
The whole communities, the department communities, they're all so valuable to what makes Loughborough Loughborough. We are such a unique union and university. Nowhere in the country is the same as how we run, and we need to make sure we're championing all of those sections. We're championing media, we're championing halls, we're championing departments. All of these are often forgotten about and sometimes pushed aside. It's time that we give back. We can reinvest in Loughborough, we can reinvest in the community, and it's really that time. We've sold the union building. It's time to reinvest that money into us.
Sam, what do you think?
I agree completely. I think, everyone talks about the Loughborough bubble all the time, and as far as it goes for me personally, you've got the societies, the sports, the hall culture, even the union itself. Everybody, once they find their place, they love it so much. And, once you sort of explore all the different options, you really find your home here. I can only really speak for myself and people that I know, but I came to Loughborough and I was, a bit cautious. And then as I finally started sort of branching out, finding the new different things that are available, I found myself joining new sports. I went to Cook and Bake Society. It was a bit of a bad time. I'm not one for cook and bake, but I think it's just so important that people get involved and try all the different things that are out there for them.
Okay, and we'll move on to manifesto points. Harry, in your manifesto, you mention a new representative structure. Yes. What do you foresee this looking like?
Well, it's already kind of in the works. They're looking at the student council, as Danny mentioned earlier, I believe. And it's at the moment we've got Democracy and Representation Committee, which is a very hyper focus, as has been discussed before. It focuses on the keynotes of the union, not reaching out past the union's own kind of doorstep. And I think to represent everybody truly, you need representation from each section, each strand, each academic strands, all of the hall strands, department strands, things that are forgotten about, doctoral researchers, postgraduates, London. We need to hear from them all the time. And that's something I'm so passionate about, because voices can't be lost anymore. We need to kind of take back Loughborough and return to that Loughborough community.
Is this not something that would fall under Democracy and Communities Executive Officer role rather than yourself?
I think the role of President is so overarching, it covers everything. And if, for example, Danny's elected, he's going to need support instituting these changes. And as a President, your job is to not only be the face of the union, represent everybody, it is to make sure that you're supporting and empowering the other volunteers, your other members of staff, people who kind of work under you. You are the line manager for all the other execs and for all the community leads. So it's important that they have that support and feel that support. So I think the President does need to be involved with representation, especially with how we are now. It's a big challenge, and it's a challenge the whole exec team needs to be behind.
So how would you plan to target these underrepresented groups with this, as you say in your manifesto?
Well, it's utilising the committees that are already in place, but bringing them all together. For example, the Mature Students Officer, I've been experienced in that role myself. They talk within welfare and diversity, but they don't quite reach out anywhere else, and that can often be shunted a little bit. When I was in the role, I wanted to link Mature Students Officer with education, because mature students are often forgotten about within academic representation, and it's key that we bring that back. So I think it's bringing all of these people together, representatives from Action, from Bragg, from everywhere, all together, and it's students' point of views mainly, because exec can sometimes be lost in the muddle of stuff that they have to do, that you always need that key student voice in your ear at all times.
Sam, we'll move on to you. Yes. In your manifesto, you mention introducing weekly polls on social media, which may help you to gauge student opinion, but it does not solve the key issue you identify in terms of increasing transparency.
Yeah.
How do you aim to increase transparency and through what communication methods?
Yeah, okay, so obviously we can't have all of the meetings behind the scenes being live streamed or anything so that everyone can keep up to date with everything that we're saying. But I think it's important that the sort of main ideas, I know there's like the minutes that I think are published, but no one looks at them, and I don't want to be rude, but none of the students use the website to find out what's going on or know about half of the things that are there because sometimes it's a bit too difficult to find. So I think the idea with transparency that I really want to introduce is that people, they just go on to social media, they'll scroll through a story, and that's sort of where you're going to be able to get through to people. Just small bits of information, we're thinking of doing this, what do you think? We've heard from a few students that they want, for example, college to be back. That's going to start happening soon, like hopefully, under a new name. It's just sort of not overflowing and oversaturating everybody with this is what's happening, this is what we're thinking, this is going to happen, but more selling the sort of key ideas that we have so that students still feel in the loop when we're talking about the things that we want to happen in the near future.
So what do you think the union is doing or not currently doing that you feel needs increased transparency?
Okay. As I said, there's the minutes, and I know the university, they do the, what's on posts on social media. The union does similar sort of things, but I think that when it comes down to things like the elections, when it comes down to things like the strikes that are happening, it's sort of swept under the rug a little bit. I know it was, the exec elections, they've been posted everywhere, and it's good to see that sort of, showing it everywhere to everybody. But as Danny was saying earlier, the sort of the amount of people that we have engaging with things that are happening. I think I checked the YouTube videos of this being live streamed, and it was like 25 people, something like that, when I last checked. Can't see what it is now. And when it comes to, trying to vote on your next union president that's going to affect the lives of, the 17,000 plus students that are at the uni, it's so important that people feel like they actually have a reason to be listening, and that we can be transparent with ideas and communicate better so that people think, oh, did you hear the Soapbox is on? Let's give it a listen because it's actually important to what's going to happen to us in the next couple of years.
Okay, great. And now a question for you both. There are many people who see the union as having too much of a commercial arm and not enough interest in students, being too focused on being a nightclub and less focused on a student-focused union. Is this balance something that should be refocused in the future? And I'll start with you, Sam.
I think it's a great point. I know a lot of students feel like, the unions sort of do their thing. We have a small say in it, but what ends up happening is generally just sort of going to go ahead. And if we do have like a big sort of problem with it, it might take a few days, few weeks to sort of be acknowledged. As a commercial thing, I understand the nightclubs, we've got the, Basement and Treehouse. Of course, they're a great night out, and that's sort of a way that the union can, generate revenue. But it's not just about making money for the union. We have to represent the students. We have to give them what they want. I know that the lounge has been in place now for more evening entertainment and extra things like that. I love the pub quiz nights and stuff like that. It's great to see. For myself, I'm not too big on going out, so having those sort of evening entertainments is nice. But you've got to make sure that you're working towards everybody feeling like they've got somewhere they can go for their specific needs, which I think is slowly starting to happen, but it can't happen at the detriment of another group of people.
Harry, what do you think? What do you think about the balance between having, obviously, the commercial aspect of running a students' union and also the student focus?
Yeah, well, the commercial side has definitely taken over more recently, and I think it's done that because of the redevelopment and the change to the whole building. It did need to do that to have a bit of a relaunch, but at the same time, there's there's a whole team that support venue and they support all of that aren't necessarily 100% under the working with the executive. The executive are the ones that focus on the student representation. So if that's slipping, that's not necessarily because of venue. That is because the other side isn't doing as much as they can to pull people in. It comes to that outreach, kind of going past the fountain, going into Loughborough, going into halls, departments. They're all key communication factors. And speaking to and just being out there, the face. I know COVID had a massive impact to that, but we're out of COVID now. And we need to look to the future, and the future is us being out there, our faces being everywhere, our just talking to everybody that we can, because ultimately it is about the student. Like you say, the whole focus is we're led by the student for the student, and we need to return to that core concept.
And we know no officers this year are rerunning. Mm-hmm. Compared to previous years, this will leave you with an incredibly inexperienced team. How do you plan to work with a lack of previous exec experience in your team? I'll start with you, Harry.
I don't necessarily. There's obviously the lack of the experience being an executive, but I wouldn't say there's the lack of experience within the union itself. With all of the candidates, a lot of them have extensive experience within the students' union and within the university. So I wouldn't say it's a lack of experience. It's experience in different areas, and there's areas that we need to champion and push this year, especially. Like I say, we need to come out of COVID, so it's pushing those aspects. And you can still, the old exec will always still be there as a communication. You can always ask them what they would do. Like, opinions always matter. And you've still got an amazing team of staff, full-time staff here behind you as executives to help you out, and the students. The students know what they want, and they know, and sometimes they do know what works. We all kind of are passionate about the union, so there's lots of arms we can lean on, and I don't necessarily believe there's a lack of experience in the coming exec.
Sam, how about yourself?
I think it's a really good point. Although, if we all get it and we all haven't been on the exec before, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a bad thing. It means that for the last year we've been closer with the students. We've been them ourselves. We've been, working with different society sports, all the different departments in halls. I remember you saying you were a hall chair. Like, you've been with the people, right?
Yeah.
So have I. So has everybody else that's running. We've been, on the front lines with the different students, hearing what they want and, things that they might not voice all the way up to the union. You hear in passing conversation, like, oh, did you hear that the prices have increased? Things like that you might not end up bringing to the attention of the union themselves, but you sort of have a little natter between yourself. So I think that although we might not have the experience when it comes to working in the union, we've all had experience working, with different departments, different, I've worked with LSU Arts, I was on my department as a sports sec, I ran the basketball league, and I'm sure everybody else that's running has also had other sort of leading roles that mean that they should have enough experience in order to run the union as well as it hopefully should.
And we'll move back onto manifestos then. So Harry, you make creating a student-led tenants association one of your main priorities. How do you plan to do this, and have you already spoken with key stakeholders to see if such a move is actually possible here at Loughborough?
Yes, so I met with Richard Taylor for the university side of things, had the conversation with him when I was first kind of broaching the idea. And where the union kind of lacks that representation tends to be in town, and that's evident from everyone's point of view, especially if you live in town. That's clear, but it's also something the uni have picked up on. And the university are. It's important that we have political pressure in town towards the landlords, towards the local council, to make sure students are getting the support they need. There's sexual assaults that happen in town. There's just general assaults that happen in town, and there's not that support network from the town area. That landlords are dismissive. Council don't necessarily work with the union as much as they can do. I'm aware that the president used to sit on I don't know if they still do, but they used to sit on a council with local landlords, local neighbourhood watches, tenants associated, like things like that. And I think that if that comes back, that the president can still be that mouthpiece, but getting it from a student-led committee much similar to DSF and HSF as Senates. And there's a direct mouthpiece then for us to feed into what the problems are and what students are encountering in town and how we can fix that.
Sam, we'll move on to you. You also say you want to increase student participation in important decisions through these polls that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
What would you consider an important decision that needs a student referendum?
So I think obviously it can range from something smaller to something larger, like, you know, when to flag the dead horse, when COGS got removed, if there was to have been a poll just thinking, you know, we're hoping to have a new sort of evening entertainment room, it will be at the, you know, at the loss of COGS, you would have been able to gauge what the students would have thought from it. And I think it's just so important to ask these questions. It might be small, it might be big, but if you feel like it's going to have a big impact on the students, say we're going to have a big match, is it okay to do it that's, you know, not one of the big sports, not one of the football or the rugby? Would you be interested in having the big match be, say, like a lacrosse game or any other sort of sport that's not one of the sort of main ones that's focused? I think little things like that, just to see people go, oh yeah, it would be quite nice to see a different sort of possibility to be there. And of course, it's all right to try something at one time, have the students agree with you, try it, and then hear the feedback and be like, oh, that didn't work. That's completely allowed, you know? We're all human, we're going to make a few mistakes, but it's being able to sort of adapt on them and own up to them if they go wrong, and then work in so that the next time you don't make the same mistake again. So I think it's just super important to make sure that any sort of thing that we're going to trial or things that we are thinking, like big renovations, see what the students think just first of all, and we might end up going through with them. That's just how things are. But if it's a unanimous decision saying that is a bad idea, or why not try something new? So, you know, we got rid of COGS for the evening room. That could have been held on the other side of the plaza at the moment, where all of the new furnishings are, so that you wouldn't have had to, you know, get rid of all the furniture in order to keep the nightclub open. But it's just little things like that where you can let students have the option to hear the idea, and then eventually they can even give their own ideas, being like, well, I like this idea, but why don't you just tweak it this way or that, so that you can come up with the best idea. At the end of the day, it's affecting them more than it is us, and their ideas are the ones that are probably going to make the most sense, since they understand what they want better than someone that's behind a desk, you know?
Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I just kind of want to disagree a little bit, because I was involved in the like many students were in the pre-conversation before anything changed, and these opinions were voiced. So the issue isn't getting out there and speaking to students necessarily, it's listening and having the action within.
100%.
It was mentioned in Board of Trustees before I was even on it. People were dead against it, and it still happened. So the issue isn't polling people. We are able to do that, and we are effective when we do it passionately and go out and actually grab people. But it's then the managing process is up there. It's the lack of listening to executive, not necessarily the students. Executive pass on some of this information and still get kind of beaten away, as so to speak, and students feel the same way, and it's very evident on Board of Trustees and very evident in DRC. These are all voiced. So I think the biggest issue is holding kind of full-time staff to account and making sure executive are really punchy and kind of going, this is what we believe in, this is what the students are saying, let's kind of go for it, this is how we should go. And if that had happened, yeah, we may have changed the room down there still, but we could have still had that open in the evening. It's just about being heard rather than not like polling, because they have been heard, they've just been ignored.
No, I know what you mean, don't worry.
Do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think Harry's pretty much covered it. Just that, of course, I know a lot of students feel like because they're not being heard, they've stopped voicing their opinion as much. I know I've talked to a few of my mates and my friends and people that I've met on the streets, that they've been saying, well, if I voiced my opinion about this, they've ignored it, so why would I voice my opinion again? And I think, we've started to see the engagement drop off. And if we can assure them that even though in the past they've been ignored, that doesn't mean they need to stop the engagement. If they keep the engagement up, hopefully someone will come along and start making them, you know, feel heard like they should do.
Okay, and I think we're now going to go down to the piazza where Ellie and Freya will send up a question.
Thank you, Rachel. I am joined by Freya Mason, who is the current president of the LSU. So, Freya, what is your question to our candidates?
So, obviously, you both know how busy you are in the role, but there are 4 key parts to it. You represent the students, lead the union exec, work with the university, and lead the union as a whole. Most times, you are juggling all 4 of these at once, and you're trying to prioritise and realise which is best for which situation. But in general, which would you prioritise and why?
So I'll start with you, Sam.
Yeah, all 4 are obviously massively important, but I think as the head of the Students' Union, you are representing students. And you can go and talk to the university officials all you like, but if you don't understand the heart of what you're trying to change and what you're trying to make better, there's not too much of a point in doing so. If I went to a meeting and I was like, oh, I don't know what the students want, but here I am, and I prioritise this meeting over, you know, hearing what the students need and what I think could be better integrated and what better things could happen, it sort of defeats the whole point. You know, you've got to know what your target audience want in order so that you can bring it to the attention of the other people. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to ignore all my other all the other priorities that I've got, all the other meetings, so that I can go and hear what someone has to say. But it means that it's just a vital part of the role is that you are what the students look to as the sort of link between them and the higher-ups.
So which role would you say that you would drop, would you prioritise more or less than out of the 4? Leading the exec, representing the students, working with the university and leading the union, which is your top priority?
So I think the top priority, as I said, was the communicating with the students and things like that. If I were to have less of a focus on one, I would probably say working with the rest of the exec. Not because I wouldn't love to work with them, obviously there would still be the ties there, but I would have full trust in the rest of the exec that they know their job roles too. And as the president, you are sort of juggling all the different roles and helping out here and there. But at the end of the day, they know their section better than I'm going to know their section. Of course, I'm integrated with sports a lot myself, but it doesn't necessarily mean I know as much of sport as the other 2 candidates that are running. So I would have less of a focus on that and more on being a part of, you know, integrating with the students, making sure that their voice is heard.
Harry, should I repeat the question for you?
No, it's all good. I think they all come hand in hand. It's if you're representing the students, you're also leading your executive team to represent the students.
Yeah.
And to represent the students properly, you're liaising with the university. So the priority is representation, because then it all cascades down from there. You are working with your executive team and the community leads. We can't keep forgetting the community leads. They have to be emphasised in everything we do because they're an integral part of the whole organisation. So it all follows down from each other. It is representation, and then they all just cascade. It's really important that we do represent students, but you can't have any of the others without representation. Otherwise, it's just pointless.
Onto your manifestos.
Yep.
Sam, you say that student satisfaction has been declining at Loughborough. Why do you think this is?
I think one of the main reasons, of course, is going to be COVID. The effect of the pandemic has made that people have less of an opportunity to get out there, try new things, find where they feel like they fit in best. And obviously now that we're on the sort of other side of that, I think the ties, and especially for the students that have come from, you know, sixth form and have just joined, they're not used to the opportunities that were here beforehand. I was lucky that I had my whole first year was completely uninterrupted. So now that we're easing out of it, I'm free to sort of pick up where I was left off, and I know what's available to me. But the sort of students that are here at the moment that have just joined, it's taken them a while to sort of adjust to the uni lifestyle that COVID hasn't had an effect on comes under the same with the, you know, doing your online lectures and having exams online. Now they're going to be in person, especially for the freshers this year. They wouldn't have had an in-person exam, I mean, since GCSEs, I think it's about that point, or unless they've done like a mock or something. But it's just vital that in order for them to know the opportunities that are there, you have to liaise with them and show them what's available. And once you do that, hopefully the satisfaction will start to increase as they feel more represented within their society or their sport or their department or their halls. Once you do that, their satisfaction should go up, and it's going to get a lot easier now that COVID's sort of having less of an impact on the year.
And student satisfaction has actually been declining nationally faster than at Loughborough. The issue of strikes, student fees and the cost of living is impacting this, but they're not things that you as LSU president would have control of.
Yeah.
So how do you intend to combat these national issues?
Well, I think things like that come under, you know, sort of like personal problems. And although I can't, you know, go to the government and say, stop raising these prices, stop doing all this stuff, I can work with, you know, student services, the welfare officers, to give students a place where they can talk to someone and have a bit more advice on what they can have and what they can do with these times where everything's, you know, getting a lot harder for students. I can't personally offer the advice myself, but I can definitely send students and signpost them to people who have a better understanding of the whole situation, and hopefully once they get talking about, you know, if they've got financial trouble, what they can do to make it a bit better for themselves, it should sort of give them that sort of outlet so that they're able to feel a bit more comfortable at university.
Can I just...
Yeah,
absolutely.
I just want to say that obviously you said about you can't go to the government and things, but a lot of unions look to Loughborough, who aren't in the NUS because we're not. They look to Loughborough for leadership, and I think you don't always need to be politically neutral to make a change. And I think, especially with the current mental health crisis, I myself have suffered the entire time I've been at university, and so there's not enough funding in mental health, as I'm sure you know,
definitely.
Countrywide, and we need to be able to stand up to the government and to the local councils and local authorities. And I think Loughborough Students' Union is in the best place to do that, because we're not curtailed by the NUS or any other bigger organisations. So I think just homing in on that, we do need to be that voice that argues with the government in a way and is very vocal. I just wanted to,
No.
And we'll have a look at your manifesto as well. Yeah. So you mentioned a new annual Executive Officer Structural Review. A large review has already happened over the last couple of years and has now been implemented with the new roles being elected this week. Yeah. What would your new review bring?
Well, a lot of students' unions are looking towards that flat structure. A lot of them are already there. They're ahead of us. And right now, we do need a president. We do need someone to lead the union and combat the issues that we do have within the union itself. But in a year's time, in 2 years' time, is the president's role going to be better focused somewhere else and everyone being on an equal footing? So it's working for so many unions. So I want to make sure that it's in place, that we do look at it, because I think a lot of presidents come into the role and they're very protective of it. Naturally, you would be protective of your own role, but having that enshrined in place will give us the ability to relook at ourselves and make sure we are doing what's better for the students.
Does this change, though, have to come so soon? We've had 3 restructures in the last 4 years. Does the new system not need time to bed in before you make further changes?
So I'm not saying change every year, not at all. That would be chaotic. We wouldn't be able to get used to the new structures before we're changing. I'm saying we look at it and we make sure we are representing the students, we're empowering the students, and we are transforming our own structures to make sure they're up to date and they keep up to date with the national issues and the national effort. And I think in order to do that, we need to look at it yearly, to sit there and go, oh, it's okay now, but next year they're heading that way, so get ahead of the curve. Not being behind, we're behind with things often. We need to be ahead of the curve, and we need to return to that, being that union that leads and shows others how it can be done.
And a question for both of you now. A lot of the time as president, you have to make extremely difficult decisions. Can you give an example of a time that you've made a difficult decision and what you've learnt from it? And I'll go for you first, Harry.
I worked full time, for example, before I came to university. I came to university as a mature student, and I've made a lot of difficult decisions about my kind of own life and what can affect other people. I'm sure we've all made difficult decisions about our own lives, but ones that can also affect other people. And one that always springs to mind is. It's actually quite horrible. It's letting people, like I had to fire someone, for example, and that was a very difficult decision because they were a friend of mine, and at the same time, the interest of the business I was working for had to come first, and I had to have that focus on it's the interest of the wider community rather than that one individual. Luckily, it panned out okay, and we remained friends, but it was still a very difficult decision that really kind of hurt and struck, and I think it's important that, like you say, a president does know how to do that.
How about yourself?
I mean, similar to Harry, before I came to uni, I'm not a mature student, but throughout my time in sixth form and secondary school, I worked every weekend, every opportunity in sort of half terms and stuff like that. And just before I left for uni, they offered me a general manager position, and they said, don't go to uni, you can have a general manager position. Instead, I came here. But in my time there as assistant manager and manager, I also had to fire people that would come in, and I would say, oh, we've got jobs going, come join us. And then they wouldn't, as hard as it is to say, they wouldn't live up to the sort of hype that I'd given them, and I'd say, I'm really sorry, but we're not going to be able to have you. And although I've not had the same sort of presidential roles like you've had, heading things at university, I have had to make big decisions and quick decisions, especially when it comes to things like running the Social League basketball league. Rainy days with COVID, we weren't allowed to be inside, so I'd have to get there, quickly inform everybody that it's too dangerous to play outside, gauge it for myself, might be hit with a bit of backlash saying, oh, we've just got all of our team ready, we're halfway here. But you've got to accept that backlash for a big decision if you know at heart it is the right decision to be made. I don't want to ever stop people from, enjoying their time and doing what they want to do, but sometimes it has to be done just a little bit so that you don't jeopardise either someone's safety or, as you said, like the whole organisation.
Okay, and another question for both of you. In the recent past, the LSU Exec has become more political, even lobbying the Prime Minister when he came to campus in 2020. How would you ensure you listen to the student voice and reflect those views in national discussions? And I'll start with you, Sam.
So, like we said earlier, I think if the union is aware that, say, the Prime Minister's coming to visit and they've got an idea, I think it's important that if the idea is for the union as a whole, it should be fine. If they're looking to sort of make our time and the students' time better, it's important that, again, we're transparent with the students. We say, the Prime Minister's coming here, this political figure's coming here. Their idea is talking to us about this. It might be difficult if there's an NDA attached to it. I know sometimes you can't announce it because if if a big figure's coming, you have to keep it quiet. But there are ways around it where you can say, oh, we've had an idea that could be similar, and ask the students, do you think this idea could be something good or something bad? Should we bring it up at a next possible meeting? But I think, again, personally, the union, it's difficult there's a fine line between being too political and being too passive. You can't charge in and, start being the ones to, force change, not force change, you want change for the best, but getting too involved in politics. You want to be on that line where you're involved to the point where what you're doing is for the majority of the students, it's for student representation, it's for everybody here, not particularly for your own good or for the union's own good, so that things can work better with liaisons to the government or something like that.
I think a lot of the time, the Students' Union, yes, we need to focus on Loughborough students, but students as a whole encounter the same issues, and that's what we need to challenge the government on. Like I mentioned earlier, the mental health crisis, every university is feeling this all over the country. You only have to look at Nightline call statistics to work that out, and you only have to look at around and look at how much mitigating circumstances claims there are. Some departments have had to put on extra days this year to combat that, and I think it's so important that we take a stance nationally with other students' unions and represent not just our student base but all of the students together. And like I said earlier, not being in the NUS puts us in a very good position to do that and pull in others in behind us. So it is just so important that our voice is heard on a national level and on a local level, reaching out to the local MPs, the local councillors, and being that voice for students on a permanent basis.
Okay, and one more question for you both. As the LSU president, you are responsible for ensuring the longevity of the union. What do you think is the most important thing to maintain this? I'll start with you, Harry.
The most important thing is, obviously, we need to have the finances in place. We need to be able to break even as a minimum every year so we can still function. But at the same time, it's student interaction. It is that we don't exist without students. The venue doesn't exist without students. Spa doesn't exist without students. Other side doesn't exist without students. And it is that it's very important that we fix the communication issues we have. Again, it was mentioned earlier that Domino's, they bring in a lot of money, but there's more Domino's ads than there is anything else. The LSU president's page hasn't posted in a very long time, and they're all key communication loops. You, as a president, I personally think you should be saying, I will do this, I'm doing this today, I've just come out from a meeting with this, and obviously we can't discuss everything like you said earlier. That comes sort of under the transparency issue. You can't discuss everything, but at the same time it's being out there, and to ensure the longevity of the union, we need student interaction to increase, and to do that, we need to give the students what they want and work with the students, and again, go across the fountain and to the other side and speak to people and get our faces out there.
What do you think, Sam?
Do you mind just repeating the question for me?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
As the LSU president, you're responsible for ensuring the longevity of the union. What do you think is the most important thing to maintain this?
So I think that it's very important that as a university, now especially coming out of COVID, we grow. I think we've been, it's always important to try and keep traditions going, keep everybody happy, but times are changing and they're happening rapidly. With COVID, we've realised that working from home isn't just something that, some people have to do, but it's things that don't have an impact that much on how people perform, and some people perform better. There's, things about 4-day working weeks in other countries. People are, especially this year and in the last few years, we found other ways that we can do things that have traditionally not been understood. And I think that while the times are changing, it's important that we grow as a union. I mean, we've got the biggest campus out of all UK universities. I think there's so much space there that we can use it in order to give the students that extra representation that they need. I remember the talks about the gymnastics centre being taken away to open up more space for gyms, for Powerbase. If we've got so much space, why aren't we utilising it as much as we could? I know it belongs to the university, and as you said, we've sold the union as well to make that extra funding, but there could be ways that we can open up the space that we have and work with the uni in order to use the space that's still there, that's sort of just only being used perhaps once, twice a week, or not being used at all. I know is it the old chemistry building that's in between James France EHB? That's not been touched forever, and I know it would be quite a big task, but it is just a building that's sitting there. I can't speak and say, if you vote for me, we can make that space something else, but there are places on campus where a little sort of spruce up, things like that, could cause the students to have that extra sort of space where they feel like the union's sort of listening to them and giving them that area that they might need.
Okay, I think that's it from the presidential debate interview today. So we'll do our 30-second closing statements, and I'll start with you, Harry.
Thank you for listening to me rant on during Soapbox today. Please go ahead and follow all my socials. It's Hughes for LSU Pres. And remember to take a look at my key manifesto points, and just thank you all for watching and all the support I'm sure you'll give us around campus over the next coming days. Thank you.
Sam?
Again, thank you very much for listening. Feel like we've done a great job today, as well as the other candidates. Soapbox is always a daunting task, but I've had a great time. If I've seen you around campus, or even if I've not, I hope to see you again soon. I think, if anything from today, you've understood a bit more about what I want for you as students. And yeah, just check out my manifesto, give us a message if there's anything I can do for you, and vote Sam for president.
Great, so that's been it from me for this year's Soapbox. I've been Rachel Curtis, I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'm now going to pass down to Ellie and Alex in the piazza.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I am once again joined by Freya Mason, President of the LSU. So Freya, obviously President, it's a massive role.
Yeah.
Do you think that either of our candidates would be able to fill your shoes?
Well, I hope I'm leaving some sort of big shoes to fill by the end of my time, but I do think they are both incredibly passionate about the union, and they both have some great ideas. So I think either one of them would be absolutely phenomenal.
Obviously, strong manifestos is very important. Are there any points that jumped out to you in either manifestos or together?
I think in general, communication and transparency is something we talk about every single year, and every single president and exec team comes in and talks about it. And I always like seeing it every year because you see the new, like, it's a breath of fresh air of what people might want to do. And it's different, and that's probably a good thing. And we're evolving on how we communicate to students. So any points around that, I always like looking at quite closely.
Is there anything that you're really hoping the winning candidate brings to the role?
I like to see a difference every year. I was quite young coming into it. That was different as well. And I feel like if you can bring your own personality to it and bring that into your team as well, that'd be a great thing to see.
And what would you say are the biggest challenges the successful candidate's going to face? Obviously, being president, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
It's kind of keeping all the plates spinning and trying not to drop one. That's how I always say it. I think there's a lot to do with diplomacy as well. It's always obviously important just not to ever burn any bridges and just keep everyone there, and then you can have everyone kind of just a tap away and if needed. So I think there's a lot to do, but there's a lot of focus around that and just making sure you're properly juggling everything that's going on.
Well, thank you so much, Freya, for being here with me today. You've done amazing. If you missed the president interviews with Rachel, we have a roundup for you now.
Hi guys, I'm Sam. I'm running to be your next new union president.
Hi, my name's Harry, and I'm running to be your next Loughborough Students' Union president. We are such a unique union and university. Nowhere in the country is the same as how we run, and we need to make sure we're championing all of those sections. We're championing media, we're championing halls, we're championing departments. All of these are often forgotten about and sometimes pushed aside.
In your manifesto, you mentioned introducing weekly polls on social media, which may help you to gauge student opinion, but it does not solve the key issue you identify in terms of increasing transparency.
Yeah.
How do you aim to increase transparency, and through what communication methods?
Yeah, okay, so obviously we can't have all of the meetings behind the scenes being live streamed or anything so that everyone can keep up to date with everything that we're saying. But I think it's important that the sort of main ideas, I know there's like the minutes that I think are published, but no one looks at...
You make creating a student-led tenants association one of your main priorities. How do you plan to do this?
Where the union kind of lacks that representation tends to be in town, and that's evident from everyone's point of view, especially if you live in town. That's clear.
So that you wouldn't have had to, get rid of all the furniture in order to keep the nightclub open. But it's just little things like that where you can let students have the option to hear the idea.
A lot of students' unions are looking towards that flat structure. A lot of them are already there. They're ahead of us. And I'm not right now. We do need a president. We do need someone to lead the union and combat the issues that we do have within the union itself. But in a year's time, in 2 years' time, is the president's role going to be better focused somewhere else?
It's just vital that in order for them to know the opportunities that are there, you have to liaise with them and show them what's available. And once you do that, hopefully the satisfaction will start to increase.
Hello, I am joined by Sam, one of our president candidates. So Sam, how did you find that? Scary?
Yeah, it wasn't actually too bad. I mean, of course it was a bit scary, but I had a nice chat. I think I spoke about what I wanted to talk about. A nice little debate with Harry. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, it was good to see you both shooting off each other there. During your campaign, is there anything that we can expect to see from you? Anything exciting in the pipe works?
I'm not going to be doing a song if that's what
No song.
Maybe, I don't know.
Seems to be a common theme this year.
We'll see if I've got time to whip one out at the end. But
bit of freestyle, maybe.
Oh God, you would not want to hear it. I tried to do a bit of scatting at my jazz society, and it was a bad day. But
so you can scat, but also judging by the dance moves at FND, you can also dance.
Yeah,
Where did they come from?
I did raucous in my second year. I'm a bit rusty, but that's the one move that I can sort of remember. But yeah, I thought someone said, "Oh, do what you did on Halloween, and I'll chuck you a vote." And I thought, "Oh, I can't miss out on a vote just to not do a dance move."
Well, amazing. Big well done to you.
Thank you.
You've done incredible. And now I would like to bring on Harry, who is our second candidate running for president. Harry. Hello, Harry. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
How did you find it?
Good once I got in there. I actually quite enjoyed it, weirdly. It's the paranoia all day, but once I got in there, I was
Scary going
fine.
last, actually. I say it's hard going first, but it must be daunting going last, the build-up.
Yeah, sitting here all day and watching all of the other brilliant candidates has just, built this pressure up a little bit more. But once I was in there, I was fine.
Well, you seem to have done quite a bit on your campaign. Your Instagram is flooded. You've done quite a lot of stories. Is there anything more we can expect from you? A song, maybe?
Oh, there won't be a song. I can't sing.
No
I'm saving everyone's ears. But you'll see a lot more of me around campus with some of my amazing campaign team that have really made my 2 days so far.
There's a lot of yellow behind me.
They've all been amazing and so supportive.
And I saw that you went cheerleading the other day. How was that?
I didn't go cheerleading.
Did you not go cheerleading?
No, I'm dyspraxic. I can't even stand up half the time. So avoid cheerleading at all costs.
I was going to say you weren't a flyer.
No, definitely not.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Big well done. You've done incredible. And a big well done to all our candidates. And I would like to bring in Alex Marlowe.
All I'm here to say is let's take a look at the highlights from today.
STV stands for Single Transferable Vote and is the voting system that the exec elections will be working under. Normally in elections you'd vote under a first-past-the-post system for an individual candidate by putting an X by their name. The exec election works on the STV system, so when you log into lsu.co.uk/exec elections, you will be presented with a list of candidates running for each role. You can rank as many or as few candidates as you wish. Under the first-past-the-post system, the candidate with the most votes wins, even if all the other candidates' votes combined are more than 50%. However, under STV, it all starts with a quota. The quota is 50% of the total votes cast plus 1. If no candidate reaches the quota in the first round, then the least popular candidate is eliminated, and their votes are redistributed based on their voters' second choices. This process will continue until the candidate reaches the quota and is elected. Although remember, RON, which stands for Reopen the Nominations, is also an option. Be sure to follow LSU Media on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram for all our exec elections coverage.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined again by Alex Marlowe, the current Welfare and Diversity Officer. Today has been amazing. Lots of different candidates, lots of different views. How have you found it?
Well, it's been excellent not being in the hot seat today. So I just want to say a massive well done to all candidates who have withstood the fury of Rachel. She's been fantastic, I'd like to say.
It's not the fury of Joshua Gray.
No, they've escaped that much, but Rachel's pretty fiery too. So a massive well done to her for deconstructing the manifesto points, as well as to the rest of the LSU media team, including yourself, Ellie. You've been stood up all day interviewing people. How have you found it?
I've had a really great time. I've never done elections before, but it's been really, really good to talk to everyone and understand a bit more about it. Like, my knowledge has massively grown talking to everyone today and working through elections. So yeah, if you guys at home have missed what's happened today, we have a summary roundup.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Clubb. I'm running for Sport Executive Officer.
Hi everyone, my name's Sam Woodland and I'm running to be your next Sport EO.
National coverage of certain clubs' cultures here in Loughborough, especially initiations and welcome socials. How will you both target this possible problem and help solve what always has the possibility of arising as a problem here in Loughborough?
To implement this, I would increase committee training and give them ideas of what they can do and make sure that they're held in safe environments.
I think the first place this starts is with committee training. And particularly, it's not just the responsibility of the social sec, it's the responsibility of the whole club committee and actually probably the whole club to make sure that new members joining have a really, really safe experience.
How do you see student opportunities develop in parasport?
Assisting people to understand what is available.
And I think in this sort of space, it's really giving those guys the empowerment to take it on because they've got the specialist knowledge.
Hello, my name is Valen Olato and I'm running as the next Welfare and Diversity Executive Officer.
I hope that the next 30 minutes or so prove to you why I should be your next Welfare and Diversity Executive.
What one issue do you both believe the university can improve on when it comes to the treatment of students?
An issue that I think is currently happening at the moment is trust. I personally feel that many students don't trust LSU so much.
Anushka, can you give me an example of a student opportunity you want to develop?
We see within RAG and Action and Enterprise in terms of having a welfare and diversity showcase.
And Valen, on your manifesto, you state that you want to bring back COGS. Whilst this idea has already been adopted, do you have an alternative idea to help bring back more cultural and diverse events into the LSU?
So the fact that COGS is coming back, I think it's a wonderful opportunity. It's also a wonderful opportunity to understand what the LSU has done wrong in the past.
Hi, I'm Adam Heseltine.
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Alice and I am running to be your Academic Experience Executive Officer.
So how would you add value to this project?
Well, it's making sure that all the course reps and all the presidents are aware of the fact that we're struggling in terms of feedback.
I also want to increase representation for postgraduates as well because I think that they are really underrepresented. Postgraduates and doctoral researchers across both campuses. I want to basically increase the representation.
I'm afraid I have to strongly disagree. A lot of the students are typically now split on whether they prefer in-person or online, so the newest students who've gone through COVID in their A-levels prefer being online.
Hi, I'm Danny and I'm running to be your LSU's first Democracy and Communities Executive Officer.
So in your manifesto, you heavily mention a need to overhaul democracy at LSU. What does this look like to you?
The students really are losing interest in the democracy at Loughborough. And it's not just the exec elections. Through halls, every type of election that LSU hosts has had a massive decline.
So how would you encourage candidates to stand for positions then?
As part of my manifesto, I would propose last year, LSU Media made kind of a short snippet clip of everyone and their short manifesto points. I would propose that video be made every year.
Hi guys, I'm Sam. I'm running to be your next union president.
Hi, my name's Harry and I'm running to be your next Loughborough Students' Union President. We are such a unique union and university. Nowhere in the country is the same as how we run, and we need to make sure we're championing all of those sections. We're championing media, we're championing halls, we're championing departments. All of these are often forgotten about and sometimes pushed aside.
In your manifesto, you mention introducing weekly polls on social media, which may help you to gauge student opinion, but it does not solve the key issue you identify in terms of increasing transparency.
Yeah.
How do you aim to increase transparency and through what communication methods?
Yeah, okay, so obviously we can't have all of the meetings behind the scenes being live streamed or anything so that everyone can keep up to date with everything that we're saying. But I think it's important that the sort of main ideas. I know there's like the minutes that I think are published, but no one looks at...
You make creating a student-led tenants association one of your main priorities. How do you plan to do this?
Where the union kind of lacks that representation tends to be in town, and that's evident from everyone's point of view, especially if you live in town. That's clear.
So that is it from our LSUTV 2022 Soapbox.
Don't forget, voting opens tomorrow at 9 a.m. and closes at Wednesday 4 p.m. It's so important to vote because these are the candidates that will determine the decisions and structure of LSU for the next year.
Make sure you stick around after the credits because we will be going back to Charlotte and Freya for the Soapbox Extra for their final thoughts and analysis of what's happened today.
I'm Alex Marlowe.
And I'm Ellie Mae Barbieri. Thank you so much for watching and goodbye.
This is the Soapbox Extra.
Come on.
Cool. A big thank you to Ellie and Alex downstairs. What a good way to finish Soapbox 2022. But not before we have had a quick chat with Freya Mason, the current LSU president. How are you doing, Freya?
Yeah, I'm not bad. Quite tired after a very, very long day. But yeah, I've very much enjoyed it.
Been long, hasn't it? But it's been good. Been very entertaining, hasn't it? How have you found the show today? How's Soapbox been for you?
Really good. It's been really, really interesting seeing the ideas and how they've communicated to them. So obviously, we've been watching all their campaigns and reading all their manifestos, but watching how they handle this, because it is a high-pressure environment, was really, really good.
And in comparison, when you're on the other side, how does it feel to not be in the hot seat?
I would say it feels nice, but I loved it. I loved Soapbox last year. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and just like talking about my manifesto and telling everyone what I wanted to do and stuff like that. So I actually really enjoyed it, but it has been nice to just not see the pressure on myself during the elections, because that is a really tough week.
I suppose you're shouting about things that you care about, so
exactly.
You should love it. You should love it. Okay, what was more nerve-wracking, the Soapbox or results night?
Results night, definitely for me. Like I didn't know what way it was going to go. You're standing there and you just hope that you've put in enough effort and you hope that everything you've done has paid off. So that was definitely my nerve-wracking point.
Yeah, did you get good celebrations afterwards?
Yes, yeah. I think we were at the social distance club at that time because of COVID, and I think I was drinking there and then got back and just completely crashed. Like all the tiredness from the whole week just got to me at once.
Yeah, like I said earlier to Alex, like you're working so hard in such a short period of time. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But just as a little recap for what we've seen so far tonight. So we've had the sports EOs, the education, welfare and diversity, and in the second half of the show this evening we've done democracy and communities candidates, which was Danny Smith, and then we've had the big one, the interviews for the presidents. We've had Harry and Sam. And again, big well done for all of them and their interviews. It can't be easy.
No, it definitely isn't easy, and they all did an amazing job. Like, it is difficult being on that side and just having to think on the spot. I think they all carefully thought about each answer and really, really made sure that they were prepared. So they all did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, for sure, because they're not easy questions being thrown at you, are they? They're there to challenge you, but they've done really, really well for sure. Have you got any campaigning highlights from this year? Anything that stands out?
I think how they're all using social media. I think everyone has a different thing and everyone has a different aesthetic and stuff like that. So I've quite enjoyed watching it. Just like every so often, just having a little look at what everyone's doing. So I think there's definitely a clear aesthetic for everyone.
For sure. I've really enjoyed all the TikToks and the videos and stuff. You get to see their personality a lot more, don't you?
Exactly.
It's much more engaging, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
What did you do for yours? What was your campaigning strategy?
Well, it was all online at the time. I think there was a lot of messaging people and trying to get the word out because there wasn't anything anything allowed in person.
Yeah.
So for us, it was quite a different experience. But then I think I did quite appreciate that, apart from the fact my screen time was just off the charts.
Yeah, you think lockdown was bad, and then
Yeah,
running for
got hit
LSU
with that.
president, I bet it was huge. But as your time as president is coming, you're kind of like halfway through, coming towards your end now. What's been your highlight so far?
I like to think there's still probably a few more to come, but I think definitely
Yeah.
working with the team, I have thoroughly enjoyed that. The team as a whole have been incredible this year, and I don't think there isn't a meeting or a day I haven't enjoyed with them, so I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, because there's none of the current EOs rerunning and stuff. Are you sad to see that team coming to an end?
I am, yes, I'm really, really sad about it. I think it's such a phenomenal team and everyone is so experienced as well, so it's quite strange that next year there will be no one. I mean, I hadn't run in it before either, but there will be no one that's done that, and there's no one that's rerunning, so it's quite a strange thing to see, but I'm definitely excited to see what happens.
Yeah, see how it shapes up and stuff, because you'll be back next year as well, so you'll get to see how it all pans out.
Yes, I will still be a student, so I will still be around.
You won't be going far at all. But as president, do you still get to enjoy Loughborough student life?
Yes, I do. I make sure to do that. I think I'm very strict with my timings, and work is work and personal life is personal life. So
Yeah.
I'm quite good at, when I leave, I'm not the president for the moment, I'm something else.
The phone's off.
Yeah,
Forget who you are.
exactly.
Do you have a favourite night out?
I do love a Hey You.
Yeah.
But then also, Echoes is winning me around as well, so.
It's good, isn't it? Everyone slates it, but
It is good. It's like a black hole of just echoes.
that is exactly how I'd
It's its own
describe
experience.
it. That is exactly how I'd describe it. But yeah, it's been a really, really good show, and it's been so enjoyable to see everyone's interviews. One last question for you. What is one thing that you wish you had known before you started your role as president?
It's quite hard to say that I wasn't going to be good at it for the first few months. I think in a way, like, you put so much pressure on yourself, and what everyone needs to understand is you are not necessarily going to be amazing at this job straight away, because you're learning and you're also students as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a massive learning curve. So I think I wish I kind of wasn't so harsh on myself in the first couple of months, and realised that I might not be great straight away, and that's okay, and you learn, and I'm still learning now. So
Yeah.
I think that's one thing I tell everyone, just like be prepared to like just learn a lot, and just be aware you won't be amazing straight away, and that's okay.
Yeah, I know we were just having this conversation before we came on air. You were only 19 when you took over the role. Like,
yeah,
not many 19-year-olds can say they've run a whole organisation pretty much.
Yeah, I was very, very young, so just kind of went for it. So yes, it's been an interesting year.
Do you know what? Sometimes when you're young, you're not thinking about things. You go in with more like oomph, don't you?
Exactly. Just went, I'm sure I could, and just did it, and then here we are. So
yeah, and look, it's all worked out. It's all worked out. But we'll just finally, before we finish up, will fill you in on how to get your votes in and stuff. So just a reminder for everyone that the votes open tomorrow at 9 a.m. and they close at Wednesday at 4 p.m. And you have got your single transferable vote, and it's all done through the LSU website with all their manifestos and anything that you need to know. If you've forgotten anything from the interviews today, there's been a lot of information, hasn't there? There's been a lot to process. If you need to go over anything, get yourself on there. And remember as well, if you don't think any candidates are suitable, you've got Ron, which you can opt for instead of any of the candidates. And just a reminder as well, Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, we have got the results night, which, again, we'll be back downstairs as well, won't we? Which will be exciting. We'll be back in the building, which will be really good. And LSU Media will be streaming it all online for you to go and check out. So make sure you come back on Wednesday. But Freya, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been great to have you here, and go home and rest up after the long day.
Yes, I'll be doing exactly that. But thank you so much for having me.
No worries at all. But everyone else, thank you so much for tuning in to Soapbox 2022 tonight. It goes without saying, all the candidates today have done fantastically well. It's not easy to be questioned and put on the spot like that, and I know they have all done incredibly. And I wish them all the best of luck for Wednesday night. I'm sure they are all very nervous but excited. And remember to get your votes in and make sure you have your say in shaping your Students' Union. A special mention goes out to all the extremely talented LSU Media team. They have pulled out all the stops for today to make sure that Soapbox 2022 has gone to plan flawlessly. Whether that's behind the scenes or in front of the camera, a massive thank you to them all, and they will be back on Wednesday to stream the results live for you, so make sure you're back then. I hope you have enjoyed the show, and thank you so much for tuning in. I am Charlotte Hallett, and this has been your Soapbox 2022.